You could see bunk beds in
This night or day?
there. Night now. So he and I went into this place. We wanted to ask him if they could let us sleep there. There was nobody in the whole place. The door was open. It must have been a fraternity, a rooming house, something. And we walked up in there, and we saw the beds, and he says, come on. He says, let's just go to sleep here. I didn't think that was too good, so we went out, okay? And we wandered some more up into the town, and we see under a streetlight enormous mass of leaves that had been collected. It was autumn from the lawns that had been collected and was near the streetlight. And I said, hey, here's where we can sleep. We can crawl in these leaves and we can go to sleep on this.
You're kidding.
No,
You really thought of doing that?
of course. What else could you do? It was the middle of the night.
I would have gone back to those beds you guys saw.
Oh, I didn't. It was like stealing.
Yeah, okay. That
So
shows
anyway, I
your
thought of this,
ethics or
and then
whatever.
just before we did that, we saw another building with a light. We go into this place, this big building, this is some important building at the campus. We go in there, and there's a couch in the hallway, in the lobby, big lobby like it. There's a couch, and there's two couches. And he says, come on, let's sleep here. So I says, okay, but I better check. See, I'm a professor, and people have teased me a little bit. Wait till they find out what kind of a professor they got. So I didn't want to get in trouble right away. So they said, I get a reputation right off the first day for doing something silly. So I was a little worried about the leaves and being found in some building. I trying to be a little dignified. So I found the janitor way down the basement to ask him whether I could sleep on the couch. The other guy by that time had collapsed on another couch already. He says, sure. So I went up and I slept on the couch during the night. Okay. And I figured in the morning I got to get up and give my class, first class. So I went rushing as fast as I could, early. After I ate my breakfast, I got there about 9 o'clock. I didn't know whether I was there in time. I didn't know what the time was for the first class. I finally run into the physics department to find out what time the first class is, whether it's in fact today. It might be later, maybe it's already 9 o'clock. And they told me, no, they're not starting classes for 8 days or a week or something like that. It was a shock to me, because everything during the war we'd always done last minute. Why did you ask me to come here a week ahead? There's nothing to do for a week. Oh, I thought you'd like to come and get acquainted and look for a place to stay and settle down before you began the classes. I was back to civilization. I didn't settle down, But I had prepared the class. Okay. So they said, you got to find a room. Oh, I said, yeah. I said, how do you go about finding a place to sleep? Because, I would like to find a place to sleep. He says, you go to a building called the Walker Memorial Student Union place, you see, and they'll tell you how to get a place. So I go there, I go into this building, and there's a desk, a big desk. It's a big place, a lot of kids moving around and so on. And I went up to this housing, it says. So I said, I'm new in the thing, and I'm trying to look for a room. I have to find a room. He says, buddy, he says, the house situation in Ithaca is tough. In fact, he says, it's so tough that, believe it or not, he says, a professor had to sleep on a couch in this lobby last night. So I look around, and I suddenly realize it's the same lobby that the couches have been rearranged. You see, they weren't in the middle, they've been rearranged. It didn't dawn on me until he said that. I looked around, and I realized it's the same goddamn place that I woke up there in the morning. So I turned around to him, I says, well, yeah. I said, well, I'm that professor, and that's why I need a room. He says, oh, you're serious. So here I was, my first day at college, and I already had a reputation and a story about me that I even was so extensive that I heard it myself from another guy. In fact, the professor had us.
Yeah, from that other guy you're
The other guy must have told somebody else that it was he would found this professor wandering around in his coat.
Yeah.
It's so tough that even the professor, he says, yeah, well, the professor doesn't want to do it again.
The old fireman luck.
The old fireman luck. Yeah, well, I got a room. But now, I then taught this course. And I think I taught another course, I can't remember, at the same time, electricity and magnetism, perhaps. And I had every intention of doing work on theoretical physics. I had many ideas when I was getting my degree. I invented new methods of doing quantum mechanics with path integrals and a lot of stuff. They had some problems. I was trying to do quantum electrodynamics problems and had some ideas. And I intended to do that. Well, I worked a little bit on my course, and when the time came to do some research, I was a little tired. And there were a lot of girls and students, and it was interesting, so I walked around a lot. I used to go to the library and I'd check out the Arabian Nights. So I used to spend a lot of time reading the Arabian Nights and ogling the girls that would go by in the library. And then teaching my class and preparing something. And I couldn't get to work. I couldn't do any research. I was not interested. And this went on for what I felt was a few years. It can't be. When I go back and calculate the timing, it doesn't seem to work. But it seemed to me a very long time. Perhaps nowadays I wouldn't think it's such a long time. It went on for a very long time, and I got depressed with the idea that I'm burned out. I got convinced, in fact, I was burned out. Because I just simply couldn't get started on any problem. And various things were discussed, different kinds of problems, and I didn't get going on anything. In fact, I remember some problem about something with gamma rays. I wrote 1 or 2 sentences down on the problem, and then I couldn't go any further. And so I got the idea that during the war and everything else, I had just burned myself out, and I was finished, and I wasn't going to be able to do my own research, and I was teaching. I now understand it much better. First of all, a young man doesn't realize, before he starts to teach, how much time it takes to prepare lectures for the first time especially, and to give them, and to make up exam problems, and to check that they're sensible ones. And I was giving good courses. I was giving the kind of courses where I put a lot of thought into each lecture. But I didn't realize that that's a lot of work and represents a very good contribution all by itself. And to do research on the top of 2 courses is a lot. Okay? So here I was burned out reading the Arabian Night and feeling depressed about myself. Well, during this period, I would get offers of jobs in different places with a higher salary than my own.
Universities or
Universities, or industry too. But University of Indiana would like to invite you at $4,500. Berkeley wants to do it at $5,000 and so forth. And each time when I got something like that, I would be a little bit more depressed. I said, look, they're giving me these wonderful offers. They don't realize I'm burned out. Of course, I can't accept them, but they don't realize they expect me to accomplish something when I can't accomplish anything. I know I can't. Okay? And then finally, there came in the mail an invitation for the Institute of Advanced Study to be a professor there. Einstein, von Neumann. You know, I knew all the great guys that have been Weil, all these guys, right? Now, I had already got this idea about the Institute, so I didn't want to take it. But they write, we appreciate that you have considerable interest in the way experiments go and like to have a good contact with them. And so we're making a special type of professorship. We realize you would not be satisfied to be simply at the Institute, which is entirely theoretical. So we have arranged for a special type of professorship, half professor at Princeton University and half at the Institute. They're in the same town, they're very close together. So that you will have contact with the experiments and so on. I'm God, you understand what I mean?
Yeah, special exception.
A special exception and the Institute of Advanced Study. Well, you have to understand my depressed attitude. I was an ordinary character, and I was burned out, and I wasn't going to accomplish anything. And they got this idea that I'm some sort of a super genius, and they're doing their best to get me there. More than a super genius.
Make you feel
I'm
weird.
in a better position than Einstein, even. I mean, he hasn't done a half professorship at Princeton. They made it for me because they know I like to be in contact with the thing. It's not just that they give me half a professorship.
Because that's all you were, yeah.
It's sort of a, if you wish, in order to make you have the opportunity to see every chance you would like to.
Yeah.
They even anticipated that I thought I would like to teach or something that would give you inspiration to teach. They must have heard me criticize it. Somebody had worked it really out. It was ideal. It was perfect. It was absurd. It was absurd. That's what it made me feel. The other ones made me feel worse up to a point. They're all expecting this. This was, to my point of view, so ridiculous, so impossible to me to ever live up to, so utterly absurd. The other ones were just mistakes. This was an absurdity, okay, that I almost laughed at it, you see, and thought to myself, well, I'm shaving. Of course I can't accept this. First, I can't accept it because I'm not up to it, you see. The Institute, they don't know I'm burned out. I can't do anything. They won't accept that, but it's absurd. And while I'm shaving and think about that in the morning, I think to myself, you know, what they think of you is so fantastic. It's impossible to live up to it. And you have no responsibility to live up to that. I had the idea, you have no responsibility, I say, to live up to what other people think you ought to accomplish. It was a brilliant idea. It was so dumb that it gave me this idea that I have no responsibility to be like they expect me to be. If people think that you're going to accomplish something and they want to offer you good positions, you don't feel bad that you can't do it. It's their mistake, not your failing. It's simply their error, because that wasn't a failure that they expected me to be that good. That was impossible. Do you understand what I mean? That wasn't my failure. That was their dumbness.
Yeah.
And the moment I appreciate the possibility they might be wrong in what they expect, it gave me a new idea. That was also true of the others. It was even true of the university I came to. I am what I am. And if they expected me to be good and they're offering me some money for it, it's their hard luck. And then by some strange miracle, perhaps he heard me talking or he understood me or something, Bob Wilson, who was head of the laboratory, called me in within the day. And he said to me, Kleiman, he says, when we hire a professor, we are taking all the risks. We have no responsibility of the professor to accomplish anything. We take the risk. If it comes out good, all right. If it doesn't, that's it. You'll find if you look around, many professors that are here who just weren't what they were thought to be and so forth. I don't know exactly how he said it. But what he said essentially was it was not my responsibility to accomplish anything. You're teaching the classes well, you do the job fine, we're very satisfied. Any other expectations is a matter of luck or risk or something. I can't remember how he did it, to take all the load of guilt off, even with respect to his own university, you see. So that with the other idea put together released me of the feeling of guilt. And within the day, or this was all a period of a day or two, I got another thought. I was thinking to myself, I can't do physics or research or anything, and it rather disgust me a little bit. But I used to enjoy doing physics. And why did I enjoy it? What was I doing? Well, I used to play with it. I used to do whatever I felt like doing. I didn't think to do something important. I didn't think to work, I have to do this because the nuclear physics development requires it or anything. I didn't think it had nothing to do with whether they were important, but whether they were interesting and amusing to me to play with. And I got this new idea now that I am burned out. I will never accomplish anything. I've got this nice position within the university. I'm teaching the classes which I rather enjoy. And I just like I read the Arabian Nights, I'm going to play with physics whatever I want to without worrying about it any importance whatsoever. Anything that strikes me, just like I was when I was younger, any little thing I used to figure out. I see water running out of a faucet and growing narrow when I was in high school, and wondered if I could figure out what determines that curve. It was rather easy to do, I played with things. I didn't have to do it. It's not important. Somebody else did it. Don't make any difference. I invent things, and I play with things for my own entertainment, not worrying about whether others did it, have any importance to the future of the science, and so on. So I got this new attitude, all right? Within the week, I was in the cafeteria, and some guy throws up a plate in the air for some reason, fooling around. And the plates, the circular plates, had a blue medallion, the sort of a dark engraved marker, but I saw it. Mm-hmm. And as this thing went up in the air, I could see the medallion going around, and the plate wobbling, all right? But it was pretty obvious to me that the medallion went around faster than the speed at which the axis wobbled, the disc wobbled. It only wobbled a little bit, you see. It wasn't around an axis. The diameter was nearly perpendicular to the plate. The axis was nearly perpendicular to the plate, but not quite. So it wobbled,
I got it now.
and it went around. It was obviously going around faster than it wobbled. So I thought to myself, why does it go, what determines that? Why does it go around faster than it wobbles? How fast does it wobble when it's going around? How fast, and so on?
Yeah.
And I had nothing to do, so I started to figure out the motion of a rotating plate. And then I discovered that if the angle is very slight that it's wobbling, of course the other angle is complicated, but if it's very slight, the medallion will rotate twice as fast as the wobble rate. 2 to 1. 2 to 1 is an interesting number. It came out of complicated equations. Is there some way I can see, in a more fundamental way, by watching the forces and the dynamics, why it's 2 to 1? I don't remember how I did it, but I ultimately worked out when it's 2 to 1, what the motion of the mass particles is and how those accelerations all balance and everything is in equilibrium, you see. Some little game. So I went to Hans Bethe. I still remember it. And I said, hey, Hans, listen, I noticed something interesting. Here the plate goes around, and the reason it's 2-to-1 is this and this, and I showed him the accelerator. He said, hey, Feynman, he said, that's pretty interesting.
Feinstein? It's Feynman. Yeah.
He says, but what's the importance of it? Why do you do it? What's the importance? I said, I said, there's no importance whatsoever. I'm just doing it for the fun of it.
That was
See?
close.
I knew that it was no importance. But I think it was within a week or two. That I started with that wobble. Then I worked out equations and wobbles. Then I was talking about how an electron orbit starts to move in relativity. And there's the Dirac equation, and electrodynamics, and quantum electrodynamics. Before I know it, was a very short time. I was playing, working, with the same old problem that I loved so much that I had stopped working on when I went to the war. My thesis type problems and those old-fashioned wonderful things. And it was effortless. It was effortless. It wasn't, I almost tried to resist it, but it was easy to play with these things. There was no difficulty. Whereas previously, in other words, I had some kind of a block, which I got rid of. But I was still playing. There was no importance.
Yeah.
But ultimately it was. That's when I did my research a little while after to get my prize. The diagrams and the whole thing came out of that in a natural way. I mean, it was just the beginning of... It all continued from there, you see.
And find the guy who threw that plate up in the air.
Yeah, the diagrams and
Thank
the
you
whole
for it.
business was gradually evolved in trying to piddle around with the Dirac electrons and so forth. It just released me from worrying that while I was doing it, it was something I ought to do. It's something
Yeah.
I should do to continue.
I'm sure the war must have had something to do with that.
The war, the death of my wife, and something else, the whole thing, and the additional fact that it was a lot of work to do the courses, and I hadn't fully appreciated that under those circumstances, it's not very usual to be able to do research at the same time, and so on.
But you did find that once you got onto the track, you did find time.
Yeah, it was easy. There was nothing to relax and enjoy life. It's a really a way to do it. So that long story was the answer to your question.
Have
Was
you
I
been
ended up
invited?
in a position of the Institute of Advanced Study? Yes, under circumstances where they were much smarter than I was, where my opinion of myself was so low that I considered it an utter and abject absurdity for them to offer me the job.
Did they ever ask you again?
No, but I think they know because I'm very comfortable where I am, that it's almost hopeless. And, I believe that I would just drop the slightest hint that they would be certainly offer it. But I'm not, that doesn't interest me, of course, for the reasons I've explained. I don't want to become isolated from teaching. I like teaching. People often say a good teacher is someone who likes the students. And they say also that I'm a good teacher. I do not really believe that I'm a good teacher. I'm not sure of that. I don't know about having good students. I probably am a little bit dumb about this, okay? But one thing is certainly true. The way I teach and the interest I have in teaching is not really in the personal problems of the student. It's in the intellectual problems of the students, perhaps. It's the subject. I love to try to explain the subject in the simple possible way, to rearrange how I looked at it the last time, to see if there isn't an easier way to understand it. It's the same with the goddamn plate. I'm not satisfied to get 2-to-1 from the equation. I want to know why it's 2-to-1, really. I'm not
I see it.
satisfied with, what the hell? Down to the ground why it's 2-to-1, not out of some equations. I can't stand that. So
Yeah,
this
you're just
attempt
getting the
to
answer.
try to understand why the answers are what they are, not how to get them, but why they are what they are, is what you need in teaching to present the material different ways, and also to explain the methods, and then say, now look, we got it by a complicated way, but you can see it another way, that it's got to be right. Okay? I like to do that. I like the subject. I just love the subject. And so the teaching I like because I enjoy working with the subject and thinking about it, rearranging it, and reorganizing it, and so on. And then, insofar as the individual students are concerned, it's only this. I like an individual student who will ask me a question. You'll see me very patiently explaining it to him. Why? Because I like to answer the questions. But it's not because I don't know whether he's got a wife at home, how he's doing in his examination, and so on. It isn't that it's abject disinterest, because if he comes to me that he has a problem, a personal problem, I will listen and everything. I am interested, but I don't find that the primary reason for being interested in teaching. My primary reason is I love the subject and I love to explain it. Sort of them in the way that I like to show a nice sunset to somebody.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I like to think about it. I don't know why I like to explain it, but I get a big kick out of that. I like to teach. That's why I teach at Hughes all the time. Of course, I make some money there too, but the real reason is another opportunity to explain to them. And they're a very nice audience. They ask good questions and they seem very interested. They're engineers and they're trying to learn. And they kind of suck up the stuff as you go along. There are variations in their degree of understanding. And some of them offer complicated and interesting side remarks, and others ask questions which show that they're really quite down low in their ability. But it's fun answering and talking with them. They're very, very nice people.
Good. Good. That's good.
Yeah. So we got a story, you
Neat stories there, yeah.
about sleeping in the, almost sleeping in the...
And leaves. God, that, I can't believe that. You really thought of sleeping in a pile of leaves.
Yeah, the winter, more or less winter was a fall
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I have to understand something else. I was probably younger than you are now, even
Mm-hmm.
a few years. But you know how you are. It doesn't bother you to walk around barefooted. It wouldn't really bother you to sleep in leaves. If you had no other place to sleep, you'd say, where the hell am I going to go to sleep? And you see this nice pile of leaves, you try it out, it's rather soft. I tried it out.
Huh.
Then I decided, we saw this light, said, let's try that.
Yeah.
But what I mean is, here, I have an old coat on. I wasn't very high dressed up, you know. My suitcase had been left in another place, so I had nothing to carry with me. And I was tired, walking around. And the reason I didn't do the leaves really was because the street light was right there. If the leaves had been darker in a corner somewhere, it would have been perfectly all right.
Yeah.
I've done stuff like that before. I slept outside. I mean, you're sort of a little bit more rough and less elegant. There's nothing
Yeah.
wrong with that. I'm trying to think more like the young people are.
Yeah.
More hippie.
The difference in my outlook would be that if there's a bed and if the doors are open and it...
Well,
you know,
yes, but
Yeah.
if it was a made-up bed, somebody had made up, they might be coming home just
yeah, that was
and
probably...
I'm sleeping in the bed. It was a complicated. It was worse
Yeah.
than sleeping in the leaves to me. Yeah. Oh, and my early days as a professor there were very interesting. One of the amusing things is by this time my wife had died, so I liked girls and I wanted to meet some girls. And they had many dances and stuff, especially for the undergraduates coming back to school or mixers to get together. And it was co-ed school, so there were a lot of dances. In those days, there was a lot of social dancing. So there'd be a dance or so, and I was only there a couple of weeks or so, a little bit. Remember that I hadn't been dancing for 3 or 4 years while I was in Los Alamos. I hadn't even been in society. Everybody I knew, and it wasn't the same thing. I hadn't even tried to get a girl or anything. I had no relations or meeting anybody and stuff. I was starting over again. So I went to the dance, and I tried to dance as best I could, which I thought was reasonably all right. You can tell when somebody's dancing with you, they feel pretty good about it. And I danced with someone, and they asked me some questions about myself, and I tell them, I ask them about them, and they tell me, and they all just walk away, you know. And next time I go to look for them, would you like to dance again? No, I'm sorry, I think I need some air, or, well, I have to go to the ladies' room, or this and that. And then do 2, 3 girls. What's the matter with me, you know? It's not so easy. And so I danced with another girl, and she said, well, what are you, a student here? I'm a graduate student, something. There were a lot of graduates that looked old because they were from the Army.
Mm-hmm.
I said, no, I'm a professor. She says, what are you a professor of? I said, well, I'm a professor of physics, theoretical physics. And she said, I suppose you worked on the atomic bomb. I said, yes, I worked on it during the war at Los Alamos. She says, you're a damn liar, and walked off.
Oh, and you told all the other girls the same story?
Right.
You thought you were in that?
That's right. I told him the
I
dead
can't
truth,
think of the guy's name.
simple-minded, stupid truth, and I never knew what the hell the trouble was, except this one, fortunately, said to me, you're a damn liar, and then it all dawned on me what the hell was going on. So then I was more careful, okay? I remember I went down, there were 2 girls, and then I started dancing with somebody. I know mine was the same dancing, but I learned that
Yeah.
not to do. And then I would tell them, I don't want to say. Are you a graduate student? Well, no. And
And then they talked to me some more, and they said,
Well, why don't you tell us what you're on? I don't know why. Stuff like that. And I remember one time I brought two of them over to my house. I don't know why. It wasn't something too clever, but to my room. And I was in the other room changing my clothes or something. But anyway, I remember them talking to me. While I was changing my clothes, one of them was talking rather loud so I could hear it through the door. That, just because I'm old, there's no reason I should feel uncomfortable about being a freshman. And that really is not so bad, you know, and I should really feel... They were giving me this long story about how I shouldn't feel uncomfortable about being a freshman, and it's really all right, and we're really being motherly, the two of them. And they were working on me and so forth, and I just... It worked the other way. I mean, I couldn't handle it either way. I didn't like the situation to get so distorted and so misunderstood, you see.
did you let them know?
I don't remember how that went, and I think I let them know, and they were very upset that I fooled them or something.
Yeah.
I had trouble with it. First of all, it's faculty, and to be a professor is something dignified, especially for the new students that come to the...
Yeah.
Second, they go to the dance, which is for class people, and there I am. Third, I look young. Fourth, you know how I am. I'm kind of childish a little bit, and I dance and I make jokes, and I have no formal aspect. I don't behave like a professor in any way. You know, it was just incomprehensible. It was obviously a liar. And then when the story would go,
atomic bomb.
yeah, what are you, a professor of? I suppose theoretical physics. Yes, that's exactly right. And you worked on the bomb during the war. Well, as a matter of fact, I did. Bomb. You know? Yeah, this I gotta believe. Because at that time, that was the big excitement.
Everybody knew about it.
Yeah, the great minds, the great nuclear physicists.
Yeah.
I suppose you were a nuclear physicist. I suppose you worked on the bomb, I suppose. Yes, you did. But I was glad that woman had said to the Earth, because it relieved me a great deal. It explained everything. Up to that time, I really was puzzled as to what was the matter with me. Was my dancing lousy, my personality lousy? It was perfectly obvious. And I was being shunned by one girl after the other when I did everything perfectly nice and natural and was polite and didn't do any harm to them and answered the questions and we discussed things and everything looked very pleasant. And then, flop, it didn't work. I didn't understand it.
Huh.
Yeah, I was,
That.
I remember some things. I remember the very beginning when the first day I was there, a few days later, he came in the door and he said, ordinarily we don't accept students so late in the term. But when the student is good enough, I mean, this is a very special case. A man is very, very good, but he's applied very late. It's after the applications, but if he's good enough, we could accept him. And so I'd like to know what you think, okay? So this guy's application was really first rate, okay? So he went away, I read it, first rate. He comes back and said, what do you think of this man? I said, I think he's first rate, and if there's any way to make an excuse that he can have it late, I think we ought to accept it. I think we're lucky to get him here. He says, yes, he said, but did you look at his picture? So I said, what possible difference could that make? Glad to hear you say that. He said, I want to know what kind of a man we have for our new professor.
And he wasn't saying that to save himself.
No.
I like people like that.
I'm sure he was
Dressed
dressed
like that.
Yeah. Right out. He came right back and said, none. He says, fine. He
You
said,
passed
what?
the test.
Yeah.
Great.
Then another guy came in to me from the philosophy department. He wanted to talk to me about philosophy. Now, I can't really quite remember what he wanted. He wanted me to join some kind of a club of professors. And essentially, it was the idea that the Nazis really had some value. And this club was a sort of anti-Semitic club. It was clear. I mean, that was the idea. He tried to explain it. He came in and he told me how there were too many Jews doing this and that. Some crazy thing. So I wait till he gets off the issue. I said, you made a big mistake. He said, I was brought up in a Jewish family. He went out, and I had the beginning of my loss of respect for the professors of the humanities and other things at Cornell University.
Yeah. Wait, let me drink some more tea, man.
This actually tastes kind of good.
Okay, well.
I think the man died a little bit after that. He was probably in his senility or something. He was a philosophy professor. Yeah, I think kids actually like the way I came right back at them without being a bit afraid of making any excuses, saying, well, that doesn't really, that's, you know, but just, what the hell difference does that make, you know? That doesn't make any difference. I didn't care. I mean, I didn't even think, you know what my trouble is, don't you? I don't think fast enough. I don't think to myself, what kind of a musician are you?
Yeah.
He's the head of the department, and I just got the job here, and I'm new here. I better be careful what I say.
Well, now I remember.
I haven't got the speed to think like that. My first reaction immediate is the first thing that comes, and I say my first thing.
That reminds me.
The brain.
That's why.
It isn't that I'm courageous, it's I'm stupid.
Except that's why Warren
Yeah.
likes you out in Los Alamos.
Well, I was stupid.
Stupid enough to tell him what you really thought of the idea.
Yeah, right.
So what did he?
It looked very pleasant. And then, floop, it didn't work. Yeah, didn't it? Man is very, very good, but he's applied very late. It's after the applications, but if he's good enough, we could accept him. And so I'd like to know what you think, okay? So this guy's application was really first rate, okay? So he went away, I read it, first rate. He comes back and says, what do you think of this man? I said, I think he's first rate, and if there's any way to make an excuse that he could have it late, I think we ought to accept it. I think we're lucky to get him here. He says, yes, he said, but did you look at it?
I wonder what the picture looked like. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I was,
Make him say that.
That.
I remember several things. I remember the very beginning when the first day I was there, a few days later, he came in the door and he said, ordinarily we don't accept students so late in the term. But when the student is good enough, I mean, this is a very special case. A man is very, very good, but he's applied very late. It's after the applications, but if he's good enough, we could accept him. And so I'd like to know what you think, okay? So this guy's application was really first rate, okay? So he went away, I read it, first rate. He comes back and says, what do you think of this man? I said, I think he's first rate, and if there's any way to make an excuse that he could have it late, I think we ought to accept it. I think we're lucky to get him here.
Yo, what's up,
He
Sconroy?
says, yes, he said, but did you look at his picture? So I said, what possible difference could that make? Glad to hear you say that. He said, I want to know what kind of a man we have for our new professor.
And he wasn't saying that to save himself.
No.
What's good, bro?
Like people
Just watching something.
like that.
I'm sure he was
Twist
dressing
arm
it.
like that.
Yeah, he, right out. He came right back. He
Let's
said,
go with
"Good."
you.
He says, fine. He
You
says, I
passed
was.
the
Yeah.
Great.
Then another guy came in to me from the philosophy department. He wanted to talk to me about philosophy. You know, I can't read quite.
That's pretty crazy, though. That was in the 1970s. What am I studying? Well, right now I'm going to be studying some C# stuff for Unity, so that way I can make better games. Right now, I'm going to be putting all these terms on some flashcards and memorizing the different classes and the different stuff I need to know, so that way I don't always have to look into the reference manual. I can just know off the top of my head what each word means and what goes to what, you know. Nice shirt, thank you. You like Sepultura? As an adult, he spoke with a New York accent strong enough to be perceived as an affectation or exaggeration, so much so that his friends Wolfgang Pauli and Hans Beth once commented that Feynman spoke like a bum. That's pretty funny. Okay. Well, I don't know how. If you guys want to talk, I'll answer. If you guys want to have a conversation while I do this, usually a lot of my viewers come in here and start talking to me, my older viewers, but they haven't been around in the past couple days. I wonder what's up. Maybe I should unban one of the guys that I banned out of boredom. Let's see. Settings. How do I unban somebody? Let's see. Here we go. Alright, Nathan is unbanned. There's a lot of people that are banned in here. What the fuck? I didn't know I had this many people banned. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. We got 26 people banned in my chat, going all the way back to November 27th of 2024. I don't remember why I banned these people. Some of them might have been bots, but I think they were talking too much shit. I never banned people, so this must have been a good reason. What's up, Jose Hernandez? I look sad. What would I look sad for? Jose, I swear you're always looking for something. I'm pretty good, actually. I just woke up from a nap not too long ago. Alright, let's go into the Unity handbook, whatever they call it, the manual, the reference manual, and memorize all the shit. Well, most of the shit. Unity reference manual. Oh, that's cool. Yo, what's up, Neo Hart? How's it going, bro? What's good? What's good, my guy? Yo, what it do, dude? Random into ya? Well, I'm glad to have you here. You got assload of followers. Thank you for the raid. Holy shit. Party of 27. Don't you're throwing some people my way. Appreciate you. Damn. now I feel obligated to be like entertaining. Why would you do this to me, bro? Just kidding. What's good, man? You're famous, man? Yeah, for 2 seconds usually. My fame quickly fizzles out after people get to know me. What's good, dude? Neo Hart, what are you on? Let's see what you got going on. Oh, he speedruns. No wonder you're famous. He's a speedrunner, bro. I wish I could speedrun stuff. I suck. Okay, maybe I should try open a game up and try to speedrun it so these people don't get bored. People just throw stuff my way. It's good. You demand. Man, you're gassing me up, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. Guy who never has met me before. That's why I like coming to Twitch. No problem. Let's go to playlists. Let me put some music on for you guys. Kill the dead air. So how long you been speedrunning for, bro? Damn. Taz, can you do story time? Sure. What kind of story do you want to hear? Do you want to hear a story about girls? You want to hear a story about how I came to Texas? Do you want to hear a story about past friendships? What do you want to hear? Because I know people like to hear about the drama and stuff, which I can do that for you. What do you want to hear, Jose Hernandez? Tell me about it. Do you want me to tell you about when I used to work at the jail? Or... because I got a lot of stories from the jail. Or I can tell you about how I went on a cross-country road trip from Wisconsin to California during the pandemic. Well, what do you want to hear, Jose? I'm at your service. Past relationships, of course. No one ever wants to hear about the adventures. They want to hear about the girls, of course. All right, well, do you want to hear about my ex-girlfriends, or do you want to hear about my flings? Because I've had a lot of flings. I've only had 2 relationships. Both of which were short-lived. but some of the things I did were not good. I'm not gonna lie to you. Ex-girlfriends? Okay. We'll talk about my ex-girlfriends. So I have 2 ex-girlfriends, okay? First relationship I had lasted 8 to 9 months. It was a high school relationship. And I got my heart broken. And the second relationship was a long distance relationship. She lived in California, I lived in Wisconsin. And that lasted probably a couple months, probably 2 to 3. But the first girl I dated was a very pale, kind of nerdy girl. She hit me up one time on Facebook, randomly out of the blue, and she wanted to start talking to me. So I knew of her from middle school, and I thought she was okay. I mean, I didn't find her cute at all. She wasn't really my type. But I gave her some attention anyways, because I was bored and I didn't have anyone else to talk to. So I'm talking to this chick, and we're talking almost every single day about random stuff, like from May to like October. We've been talking nonstop. One day, she comes over and we hang out, and my mom is like, "You should date this chick." And I was like, "Why?" You know, I was like, my parents were like, "You should try to like pursue that," and I'm like, "No, because I kind of just see her as a friend." And my parents were like, "Oh, don't do that, John. Don't try to string along this girl." And I'm like, "I'm not, though. I'm just talking to her, and we were just having fun." But you know, their words kind of got into me, and my mom was like, "You never know what could happen. Just try it out." And I was like, "Okay, fine." So, like the next day or two, it was kind of corny, but I asked her out under the bleachers, and she said sure, or yeah. And I was like, "Okay, great," and we started dating. And for 8 to 9 months, it was just like she came over to my house. We would make out, you know, we would do stuff, and that was pretty much it. But it was like it was like my first relationship, so I didn't know what to do in it, you know. So I was just like constantly very passionate, constantly like getting her shit. I would like. We had a band that we liked together, and the singer of that band used to make songs for their fans, like personal songs that you could buy. I bought this chick a $200 personal song written by our favorite artist, and unfortunately, so I told her about it too. I was like, "Yeah, I bought you this song from our favorite artist." And she's like, "Whoa, that's crazy." And you know, after doing that, after like kind of inundating her with all this attention and affection, you know, I gave her the receipt for the song that should be available soon. But unfortunately, she broke up with me before she was able to get the song. And the song got sent to my email with the MP3 that you could download, and I clicked on it. I listened to the song. It was fucking ass. I didn't like it at all. It was very cheap and not very good. Like when you write the song and you submit it for them to make it, you give them like a little summary of what you want the song to be about. And I just said, "Yeah, this song is for me and my girlfriend. Just sing about like her little personality traits and physical traits, and just make something like that." And they did, and I'm hearing it, and I'm like, man, this was fucking cringy. What a waste of fucking money. She never got to hear it, and I eventually, you know, got rid of it. I deleted it, and just kind of moved on from there. Eventually, again, I was heartbroken. This was senior year of high school. We graduated together, and we went to the same college after that. So I would see her sometimes, and it would be like so shitty. But for the next few years at college, I would be very depressed, and it was in combination with the fact that I was heartbroken, but also the fact that the school I was at was not very good. The public school I went to was very the professors did not care. They did not care about teaching. They were kind of just there for the check, and the computers we'd use in the computer lab to actually do like the lab assignments would not work sometimes. Like if you missed like a significant figure by like a decimal place or whatever, it would dock you. Even if you had the right answer, it would still dock you points. And I'm like, this is kind of horseshit, you know? And so after a while being there for a few years at this college, after breaking up with my girlfriend at the time, and kind of just wandering around the campus like a lost soul, it was just like nothingness everywhere. I didn't like the campus. It wasn't very lively. It was very boring. They had a little forest nearby that you could walk around, little hiking trails. I would go in there sometimes, and I would just not feel like I belonged there, and I didn't like being there. So I dropped out of that fucking place after a while, and I just went to work. And for the next couple years, that's all I kind of did was work and find odd jobs. And the pandemic hit. And when the pandemic hit, that was probably a very good time for me because I actually enjoyed the pandemic quite a bit. It made me feel like less alone, you know, because everyone was isolated at that point in time. Because for the last few years, I was isolated, and the whole world became isolated. And I'm like, okay, now we're in it together, you know. So I enjoyed it quite a bit, the pandemic, because at that point I had found a friend group at the job I was working at, and we were all talking together, and it was always fun. And I eventually took my friend and me out to California, where we met my next ex-girlfriend, who we went out there to see this chick, because, you know, I wanted to see California. I'd never been there before, and my friend wanted to go to California to see this girl. So we both drove there, you know, and I drove the whole way because he didn't know how to drive. He didn't have a license. So it was during the pandemic. You know, I was just kind of like floating around. I was talking to girls here and there, but it never stuck. You know, this was back when Tinder was still very popular. But at this point, I just wanted to travel. So I took my friend and me in my car, drove all the way from Wisconsin to California. You know, we drove through blizzards in Colorado. We drove through all these fucking plains of nothingness. And we eventually reached California. And this chick is acting kind of wishy-washy, right? The whole point of why we went there was to see this chick, but also to see the sights. And I was seeing the sights, but he really wanted to see this girl. And but she was acting fickle and kind of not wanting to hang with us. So, you know, he was texting her, and she was just like, "Oh yeah, you know, I don't really want to right now." And he's getting pissed off, and I'm getting pissed off because he's getting pissed off. So we drive by her place. She lives out in the middle of fucking nowhere in California. She lived in this place called Firebow, which is like a little nowhere town outside of Sacramento, I think. It was like one silo, one McDonald's, and like all open field of like nothing in desert. So we drove by her place where she supposedly was at. We stopped by. There wasn't even a community of like houses scattered around. Like it was like a little. It was like a trailer park kind of in a way, but it was like houses. And we were sitting there waiting for her, and she didn't come. And she's like, "Oh, well, I'm busy or something." She kind of curved us. So wait, you both met up with different girls? No, we met up to meet up with one chick because my friend wanted to see this girl. Because he had met her online because my friend also was a bit of a hanging out with this guy who was like part of the Predator Poachers thing on YouTube. And she would watch this guy all the time, and she eventually started talking to my friend. And that's how we all like kind of orchestrated coming out there. But we went out there, like I said. We had to turn around because she didn't come outside to come see us. I mean, she was probably afraid because she didn't know who we are, and we're just two guys out in the middle of fucking nowhere. So we turn around, and me and my friend start arguing because tensions are high. My friend is all disappointed and mad because she didn't come out. He's like, I don't remember what the context of the conversation was, but all I remember is he was like, what the fuck? You know, I was like, come on, man. Like, we drove all the way out here for this chick, and she hasn't come out. Like, fuck it, you know, whatever. And we just kind of bounced back like hot potato, this angry energy. And eventually, we come back to the motel we were staying at. And, well, I don't remember the specifics, but she eventually gives us a text again and says, okay, well, come back. I want to, like, see you guys or whatever. And we turn the fuck around and come back, sit in that exact spot in the middle of nowhere where she was supposedly at. And we wait there for, like, fucking 20 minutes or so. And she finally comes out. And this girl was weird, man. She comes out to my car. She sits in the back. And it was around October at the time, I think. Because she gave us, like, pumpkins for, like, Halloween. She gave us, like, these little tiny, like, mini pumpkins for both of us as a present. And then we pull off. And we're just, like, trying to talk to her and get her to open up, right? But she was super quiet. She was, like, super mute. It was hard to talk to her. I'm like, so what do you... I started asking her questions, like, so, like, what do you do? How do you guys start talking, et cetera, et cetera. And I didn't get a fucking peep out of her. Like, it was like not even having a person in the back. I'm like, what is going on here? Is this chick okay? I'm looking at my friend. I'm like, who is this? There's something wrong with her? And he's just kind of like snickering and kind of laughing. And he's like, I don't know, you know. He's just kind of glad and geeked to fucking have this chick finally talking to him in person. So, what we ended up doing, we went to the dispensaries because we were bored and I guess they wanted to get high. So we bought some little cookies of pot cookies, and we got that. We got in our car. We decided to walk around the neighborhood out of boredom again. And this girl hits us with like a bit of a bombshell. She's like, my legs are getting very tired, and we're like, we'll just keep walking. And she was like, well, no, because I have MS. She has multiple sclerosis. Wait, I thought we were talking about my ex-girlfriend? She is my ex-girlfriend. So she's like, I have multiple sclerosis. And I was like, what the fuck? Did you know this, bro? And he's like, no. So, okay. So we had to walk back to the car because she's getting tired because of her multiple sclerosis. And we go back to a motel, and we buy the motel. And we're just all chilling in the motel. We got the fucking pot cookies on the fucking nightstand, and my boy is just like talking to the girl. He's kind of out of it. I think he might have drank a little bit or took some of the cookies already, but he was already like just talking to her, and he's like, "Oh, we drove all this way. We drove all this way for you." And she's just kind of laughing at him, and she's recording him, and I'm just kind of chilling in the background. And they all started like eating the cookies. I'm like, well, I'll try it, you know, fuck it. And I took a bite out of one. I didn't feel anything. I took it like a nibble, and I didn't really want to get high. But we all fell asleep there, I think. And what happened next? We hung out for a little while, and then we took her back to her place, and we just kind of maneuvered around. I remember at the end of the trip, my friend said, "Can you drive me back all the way to Texas?" And I'm like, "No." We're driving all the way back to Wisconsin. You're getting on the plane back to Texas, bro. We're not. I'm not driving to Texas and then back. Like, that's not happening. So we drove back to Chicago. He got on the plane, and then I drove back to my parents' house. And this was during the pandemic, like I said, and you know, I took the month off of October to do this shit. So, and when I got back, I just went back to work and hung out with my friends at the group. And eventually, you know, this chick, you know, we all exchanged numbers and shit. And the chick was just like texting me on Snapchat. and I was like bored one day, horny in my room, and I was like, "Yo, what's up?" And eventually, that kind of turned into a long distance relationship kind of thing, and what else happened? You know, she would send me stuff, and I would send her stuff, and it was just kind of, that was the way it was. And then it kind of turned into a relationship, kind of. And I only went back out there on a plane to go see her with my mom because I was bored. My mom wanted to go see my aunt in California, and I wanted to go back there to see this chick again, just see what was up with it. Went back. My mom and me got a hotel or a motel, whatever, an Airbnb, and we were staying there. My mom would go with my aunt to go hang out with her, and then I would go to see this chick in the middle of nowhere. And we hung out for a bit, did some stuff, but I knew deep down I wasn't really feeling this girl. I was just kind of bored and lonely and horny. So after a while, I was like, I shouldn't be doing this, you know. So after we visited and I went back home, you know, I eventually broke up with her, and I started seeing another chick. And this chick was kind of insane, so we stopped talking too. But those were, yeah, I mean, that's the story basically. I flew back, broke up. We probably only dated for a few months. It was a long distance thing, and I didn't really want to talk to her anymore. But yeah. So those were my two ex-girlfriends that I had. I'm not even, that's not even talking about the myriad of women that I had come into contact to during this time as well. I had another fling during the pandemic. It was with this stripper girl that had OnlyFans. And at that point, I didn't really care. I was just taking whatever I could get. And she was cute enough, so I was like, okay. She was like a tomboy. She had like short hair. And she would always invite me over to her place. And I would spend the night, like most nights, just hanging out with her, watching movies. We'd watch The Thing together. And then she would show me how to dance on the fucking stripper pole she had installed in her living room. She would like paint my face with like makeup, and it was fun stuff, you know. I don't regret like hanging out with her. It was fun, but again, we kind of had like differing personalities, and we kind of split off. You basically led the second one on. No, I don't think of it like that. I think of it as like we got in a relationship, and I wasn't emotionally stable. I wasn't like, because this was after a post breakup. I was like heartbroken for years, and I was accepting any applications for like a woman at that point. Like, I'm being serious. Like I said, I got with a chick who had an OnlyFans and was a stripper. I didn't date her, but I mean, we did stuff. So, we. You know, when I was talking to this chick, I was basically just like trying to fill the gaps that my past ex-girlfriend had left in me. So I was talking to this chick again, and I visited her, but it was never going to work out in the first place because we live in entirely different states, like thousands of miles away from each other. So I knew that it was never going to work out. But it was still a good time, and yeah, that was it. So. And again, I'm not even mentioning the Tinder dates, bro. The Tinder dates were wild. The Tinder dates were something else. God. But yeah, the pandemic years were something. They were something. So those are the two relationships I've had officially, and the rest were just kind of little dalliances, little tiny things. That was interesting. I've had a pretty interesting time. You know, my late teens and early 20s were very tumultuous. You know, I was just always restless, you know, because living in the Midwest, there's nothing to do. So you're constantly looking for stimulation somewhere. So, and since I was like in college, I wanted to understand like what people were on, you know, I wanted to know like what people were doing, how they were operating. And, so that was like the only point when I started, I had my first drink at 22 with my brother. We went to a strip club. I hated it. I fucking didn't like it at all. I did not like it at all. And then the second time around, I drank with my best friend. It was a beer. I never got drunk, by the way. I would like sip it and I would like not drink the rest. But I would just be going to strip clubs with my friends, hating it, not drinking. I remember going up north in Wisconsin to the cabins with a group of friends. And that was a surprising thing because my friend who invited me, his group of friends actually didn't like me because they thought I was weird and they didn't think I was like cool enough. I didn't drink or smoke, but they invited me anyways out there in the fucking north, and that was a pretty good time. It was but sometimes I'm like, it's hard to really find people who are always going to be there, you know? Like, it's hard to really find the... Because every time I've been in a group with people, or I've had a girl, or I've been with friends, it always felt like shallow. Like, there was nothing I could really get deep into, you know? It was always like kind of the surface level, superficial kind of let's hang out because we're all bored and there's nothing else to do, you know? There was like no real strong emotional bonding going on, you know? So I guess that's why I didn't really like it too much, and I never felt like they're always very ephemeral things, relationships. Like all the special little times I've had with people, very short-lived. Very short-lived. I told the stripper girl, I was like, hey, if you want to be in a relationship with me, you gotta stop stripping. You gotta not do the OnlyFans. You gotta not do the stripping because I'm not gonna date a woman that is like grinding on dudes' crotches and shit and like fucking showing her naked body. And she was like, because she was weird. She thought of sex work as like an art form because she was a fucking nutcase. But I'm like, yeah, it's not happening. I'm not gonna get with you because you're too degenerate and you're too weird. Do you ever miss these girls? Not really. I actually don't. I really don't. The only time I felt compelled to like reach out and talk to some people from my past was purely out of boredom. It was not out of like genuine, oh, I miss these people. It was more like, we had a good time. Let me see if they want to talk again. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Oh, look who it is. If it isn't the bleeder, Letitia Sept. Or should I say just Sept? Okay, bro. I'm just kidding. I unbanned Nathan, so you can inform him of that if you want. What about your friends? I miss my friends, though. Yeah, I miss my friends. I don't miss the girls too much, but I definitely miss my friends. Because my friends were funny. I had some really funny friends. I miss my friends, yes. Those guys I miss 100%. I would trade the women for the my bros any day, without a question. Without there's like no contest. Like women, like they're not. What kind of word do I want to use here? Girls are just like carnal. Like girls are like kind of just like it's different. But when you're with your bros, like you always have a good time. Like almost like 100% certain. Whereas with girls, it's like a toss up sometimes. You know? With girls, you have more arguments. With the bros, it's like very rarely do we have an argument, unless it's about a girl. So, Taz, no disrespect, but that sounds kind of gay. Jose, shut the fuck up. You don't do you not understand like the bonds of brothers? As a man, you choose to be with a man. That's not what I mean. I mean, I miss the camaraderie. I miss the camaraderie of my friends because we would actually have good times together. Whenever I look at like the girls and like my bros, like when I was with my bros, like we would actually like go out and you know, like laugh at each other's jokes. We would try to fuck with each other as like a joke. You can't do that with women. You can't. Like girls don't understand like ironic humor. They don't like when you're too rambunctious. You have to kind of like keep your personality within a certain level of acceptability with women. You have to have like boundaries. Guys though, like it's like you can just fuck around and just like shoot the shit. You know, you can talk about whatever. It's not fucking gay. It's not. There's nothing sexual about it. It's about the camaraderie. It's about brotherhood. So, but you'll always choose a man over a girl. Is what you're saying? I did not say that. I didn't say that. I said I would choose my friends over the girls I was with. I never said I would choose a dude over a girl. That's gay. You're kind of misconstruing my words. I said I would, if I could go back in time and choose people to be around with, I think I would choose my bros, my friends over the random ass fucking women I was around at the time. Because when I reflect on like the relationships I had with women, a lot of them ended badly. Okay, it ended really badly. It ended like very badly, and I mean, I'm not gonna say that we didn't have good times though either. Like we had some really good, significant things, but it kind of all fizzles out to nothing after like the split, you know. I don't see how that's supposed to be gay. I don't think Jose Hernandez understands what I'm saying here. But if I ever found a woman who loved me and I loved her back, obviously I would choose her every single time. But I haven't found a woman like that yet. So a lot of these girls were on like some bullshit. So that's why I was like, nah. And maybe that's me. Maybe it's because I would go for girls that were like good looking, but their morals were questionable, you know. Either their morals were questionable or their mental health was not good. I think I had like, there was like one of like all my male friends. I've had 4 significant ones. I've had 4 significant male friends in my life. that I spent the most time with. One of them, I don't really miss at all. The other three, though, I miss sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. Like, my friends were like the funniest people I ever met. Funniest guys I ever met, for real. I've never laughed as hard ever, except with like those dudes. So it is what it is, though. It is what it is. One guy, though, was on some shit. He was kind of fake. But, you know, it is what it is. One guy really, really wanted to be popular with people. And I think that kind of corrupted his sincerity a little bit. Which is never good. Man always has to be honest. $1 billion. Any more stories you guys want to hear? Those are my 2 ex-girlfriends I had. And I didn't even mention the countless women that were there for a day and gone. Quite literally a day sometimes. Shit. Not even a day. Maybe it was just like a couple hours. I gotta go take a piss. But I definitely feel more free than most people. I always felt like I did things in accordance to what I felt like doing, and I think that's good. I like how this guy rated me with a party of 27 and none of them stayed. He was a fucking, that dude was a speed runner. Like, you come into a just chatting stream, people are gonna be like, fuck this guy. Where's the game, bro? I'm playing the game of life, bro. And I don't speed run that. Alright, let's do this shit. Do you guys want to watch me like fucking learn how to do Unity shit? Be honest. Let me show my screen. Put that shit over here. Put you over here. So I'm just doing Unity tutorials right now. Oh, you're having me in the background? I'm so glad to know that I'm a fucking boring ass streamer that you just don't pay attention to. I'm just like fucking background noise. That's cool. Thanks, Letitia. You're really boosting my confidence here. You're really boosting my fucking confidence here. Appreciate you. Shit. How did he do it last time? Was it like shift? Oh, no, that wasn't it. It was. What the fuck was the shortcut? He did a control W, shift W. Okay, I don't know what I did, but it worked. I didn't say that. Yeah, you fucking did. Alright, now. So when I press play, the car gonna move. As you can see. The car moves. And it hit the boxes. Are you entertained? Oop, shit. And as you can see, the camera follows it into the abyss. Letitia, why are you gay? Just come out as a lesbian already. We all know. Okay? You don't have to hide it anymore. Be who you are. You don't have to hide it no more. I'm saying it's comfortable having you as background noise. I don't like that. It means I'm boring. That means I'm boring. Saying you like me as background noise means that I'm like a faucet. Or like a fucking like white noise, like a fucking, what's it called? A fire place or whatever. This is why I need a new mic, because I feel like my mic is actually what's making my voice more quiet than it should be. Here he goes. And then you can change the speed of the vehicle. Where's that speed? I show speed. Look, now he's going slow. Look. Now he's going slow. And now he can go back in reverse. Isn't that crazy? And there he goes. And he's still moving. I like how the wheels don't have anything to do with it. It just keeps going. Oh, I don't know what the fuck happened there. Oh, I thought he would have made it. Oh well. I'm hoping to just like make stuff explode, because I feel like in order for a video game to be fun, there has to be shit that explodes all the time. And jiggle physics. There needs to be jiggle physics and explosions. It's the voice that's comforting. You think I have a comforting voice? I ought to slap your ass for saying that. Do I look like a fucking narrator to you? I ought to smack you for saying some shit like that to me. Saying I got a comfortable voice and shit. What do you think this is? Is that something bad to say? Yeah, as a man, you don't want to have a comfortable voice as a man. That's some woman shit. As a woman, you want to have a comforting voice because that's like for your children. Like you have a comforting voice for a child, so that way it's like child rearing. Like as a guy, you want to have a commanding voice to clear the room out. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. Obviously, I don't care. Here he comes. Ooh, and there he goes. Okay. Time to get into the nitty gritty. Oh my lord. Letitia likes to eat women's assholes because she is a lesbian. She loves being a lesbian. She can't get enough. She hates men. She hates men. She doesn't like them. She likes women. She likes to be a bull dyke. She's gonna get a septum piercing soon. She's gonna get a septum piercing soon. And that's how you'll know. Ew, no, you don't want a septum piercing? Why? Why don't you want a septum piercing for? I've seen some ugly ass fucking septum piercings too. They look like fucking like worms in their fucking noses and shit. Shit looks like maggots coming out of their fucking nose. That would look shitty on me. Well, it looks shitty on everyone actually, but don't tell them that. Don't tell them that.
The vehicle in our prototype is currently a very low-end, very dangerous
Self-driving car.
You click run, and the car rockets off on its own, crashing into every obstacle along the way. Not necessarily the kind of car you'd want to be a passenger in. So it's about time we let the players step into the driver's seat and take the wheel. By the end of this lesson, the player will be able to control the acceleration and direction of the vehicle using the arrow keys on the keyboard.
What?
The vehicle should move forward when the up arrow key is pressed, and backwards when the down arrow key is pressed.
What?
Luckily, Unity has an entire input system set up to help us do exactly that.
What?
When you press the up arrow, you get an input value of +1, and when you press the down arrow, you get an input value of -1.
What?
So let's say we set the vehicle speed to 10. All you have to do is multiply that speed by the input value, and you're good to go.
What?
When the player presses the up arrow, it'll multiply 10 by +1,
What?
Positive 10.
Positive 10?
In the positive forward direction.
What?
But if they press the down arrow, it'll multiply 10 by
Negative 10?
giving you negative 10,
What?
moving the vehicle in the negative backward direction.
Huh?
Then you can basically use the same type of system to rotate the vehicle.
What?
Multiply the rotation
Rotation?
by the positive value if they press the right arrow,
The right
the
arrow?
vehicle right,
What?
and multiply by a negative value if they press the left arrow,
This is autistic.
turning the vehicle left. Just some simple multiplication, and you've got full control of this vehicle. So to make all that happen, I'll see you in Unity.
What? Yo, it's about to be fucking crazy. It's about to be fucking nuts. Let's fucking do it. Let's get this shit. What? Imagine being Letitia and being a lesbian. She said, I love vagina. I'm a woman and I love women. That's why I have a septum piercing. Letitia said, I'm here and I'm queer. She said, I found solace in the LGBTQ community because they accept everyone. Even me, little Letitia. They accept me, yeah. I'm just kidding. The world doesn't accept me, but the LGs do. Wait, what the fuck? Configure price settings for the input manager. The code you'll add in the following steps uses a system called the Input Manager to handle player controls. If you're using Unity 6.1 or higher, Unity projects likely set up use a different system called the Input System. To ensure that the Input Manager code works correctly, you need to change the price setting below to both systems run side by side. Mmm. 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 Letitia said, I'm a lesbian and I love girls. I can't get enough of girls. I have a septum piercing. My name is Letitia. I just can't get enough of girls. I like to eat their ass. I like to hear them giggle when I eat their ass. My name is Letitia. I might just go bald, man, do a Taz hairstyle. Why you say that? Stop trying to copy my steez. You're not a real bald man, okay? My shit's natural. You're a fake bald cell. You're a fake bald cell. You're just shaving your shit for the look and the style. My shit's all natural. My shit receded all natural, like. Okay? Where the fuck am I going here? You're gonna shave your head because you're a lesbian and you want to be that bold dyke? I'm kidding. Shave your head if you want to. I do. Like, girls with short hair are better anyways. Where are we at here? Allow downloads over HTTP. Wait, what the fuck? What do you click on? Oh, active input handling. Active input handling. Where the fuck is that? Active input handling. There's so much shit on the screen, but no active input handling. Search. Bitch, what the fuck? Active input handling. Where's active input handling? I don't see it. Do you guys see active input handling anywhere? What the fuck? Oh, here it is. Active input handling. We're going to be using both. 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 It's got to restart. Taz, are you a poser? What the fuck does that mean? In what way? What kind of question is that? I've never posed for anything in my life. I'm too sincere, bro. I'm an honest man. The fuck do I have to pose for? Who am I posing for? Your mom? Get the fuck out of here. Who the fuck am I posing to is the question. Bofa. These nuts. You're gonna look like an egg? No, you won't. Don't worry about it. Just shave your head off. Shave that shit off. Raggedy and homeless? Who cares? That's the style now. Everyone's gonna be homeless soon. Raggedy as hell. Raggedy ass. Yo, raggedy ass. Yo, raggedy ass. All right, so we've put the input manager for Bofa, and we're good now. So that means we can script with old shit now. That's what we like. We like the old input manager. Now we're gonna step to the driver's seat.
Our vehicle drives down the scene now, and when we press play, we have this nice tint to show us that we're in play mode, and we have our camera following. But right now, we still can't really control our vehicle.
Whoa!
Just drives all the way down the road, just
Whoa!
running all these obstacles over, pushing them off, and then eventually it gets to the end of the road, and then it just
Falls off.
straight off.
Yeah.
That's just because it's not down there. But we need to be able to control this vehicle's movement.
Yes.
So first, we need to be able to
Make a new
move our
script.
vehicle so that it avoids the obstacles.
We're gonna make a new script.
If we open our player controller script, we're going to need a way to control our vehicle to move left or right. So we should probably just use a variable to do that, since we know probably pretty bad to just use a random number. So good to think ahead in general. We're going to make this a public variable so that we can control it just like we did with the speed. It will also be a float because we'll be using decimal points. And then we're just going to call it turn, lowercase t, capital S for speed. So you can see here turn speed has different capitalization.
Oh, you just
So this is a very standard, what is called a naming convention when you're programming. So for variables, we often use lowercase letters like speed, turn speed, even transform as variables
Camel
to be
casing.
able to very easily see when we're using a class, when we're using an object, when we're using methods, or when we're just using variables. Now we want to be able to move our vehicle left or right, so we'll do something similar to what we did with our transform.translate. Instead of a vector 3 forward, we can actually use, there's a whole bunch of other options for vector 3, so we can actually use like right, this will move our vehicle in the right direction. Again, we're going to multiply by time dot delta time, because we want to be able to update this position over time instead of once every frame. And then we multiply by that handy turn speed variable that we made before. So now in our game, if we take a look down at our game view and we select our vehicle so we can see the values, if we press play, nothing's happening. Well, that's actually because we're multiplying by a 0. So actually, if we click on turn speed and drag it to the right, it'll actually start turning right. If it's
I see, okay. I see now. Oh wait, I forgot to save. Oopsies. I forgot to save. Control S. Alright, now we're good. I forgot to save. And there it is. Oh my goodness. Watch this shit. Are you ready? Turn speed. It goes left and it goes right. Wow. Goes left and it goes right. It goes left and right. Left, right. Why does it feel like the right's like tougher though? And it just fell to the fucking... Okay. Let's do that again. I want to take a look at some things here. So let's slow this down a little bit. Turn it up to right. It feels like the left moves faster. I don't know why. Or maybe it's just how I'm like scrolling. I think that's why, actually. Yes. We're moving a vehicle. Yes. Yes. Tell Nate to get his fuck ass in here and watch me make a game. Alright, now all I need to do is make this shit explode and we got a good full-fledged game going. You're gonna head back to sleep? Why? Why would you do that to me? Why would you do that to the Taz? You thought I was gonna be gone forever, and here you are, and you're once again taking me for granted. I don't like that. I don't like that you use and abuse me.
positive. If we go to the left, it'll start going to the left because the value is negative. So, easy way to see how we can move our vehicle left or right. Now that's great, but we'll need to be able to also control it as well. But first, what you're going to do, in your player controller script, create your own turn speed variable. We'll make it public so we can play around with it in the editor. Make it a float because it will be a decimal value. And then in your update method, we're going to add another transform. This time we're translating with vector 3 right, so we're using our right vector. And then we multiply it by time, so that way it updates over time instead of every frame. And then we multiply it by our turn speed variable. So then, when we play, if we click on our vehicle in the hierarchy, we can actually click and drag the turn speed so that it moves left and right. Now it's your turn.
Yeah. Add transform.translate vector 3.right times delta time times turn speed. Interesting. Letitia, get your ass back in my fucking chat now. We're making shit. Get your ass back in this shit. Okay? Stop texting your girlfriends. Stop texting your girls. Stop trying to eat ass. Okay? That's not for you. Stop trying to eat some ass right now. Because we're making shit.
Our player can now drive down the road and we can change
You know what would be sick though? No, I'm not gonna say it.
the speed of its movement. We can even change the speed of its turn. However, if our player is actually playing the game, we don't want to be able to fly off the road, for one,
No shit.
but also, if our player is using like a joystick or something, we can't just be dragging this variable around. We can't do this for a single player, like it's magic behind the scenes. So we're going to create some actual magic so that the player can actually control their own movement. A very humble thing to know before we get into programming this is understanding that Unity does a lot of things that make our lives a lot easier.
No way.
So, in fact, if
I
you
don't
go to
believe
the
you.
top left, under Edit, if you go down to Project Settings and you click on that, there's all these options for project settings, but what we really care about is actually our input. So this is actually our input manager in Unity, and they've helpfully already created a way where when you do something, it's already mapped to be able to change that value. So if you left click on the drop down on axes, you can see there's different ones like
Wow.
actually fire button, so you can actually press like the left control button to fire something.
Ooh.
A second option, left alt,
Ooh.
shift,
Ooh.
jump, which is the space bar. You can
Ooh.
take a look at all these different options.
I like that.
But what we're looking for specifically
I like
are
that.
actually these horizontal and vertical axes.
Mmm.
And so this is actually how Unity knows if we wanted to go left or if we wanted to go right. Using these horizontal axes, we can actually see those values change and how they change. You can see that there's inputs for the left arrow key to go negative or the right arrow key to go positive. There's also alternative buttons for using the A key to go negative or the D key to go positive, and it's called the horizontal axis. Knowing this, we can do something really easy to be able to control the player's movement. In our player controller class, first we're going to create a public variable so we can actually watch and see what it's doing. And this will be a float again.
I need a bigger desk. I need a fatter desk. Letitia, remember when you said your friend was huggable? And that was a euphemism for being large? That was really funny. Mmm. Mmm. Mmm.
And we'll call this horizontal input because this is actually the input that we'll be tracking on our horizontal axis, left or right. And then what
Oh,
we
shit.
need to do is we actually need to set this variable, which we'll do inside of our code. So we'll actually do this in our update method. So we use our horizontal input, we call our variable, and then we use the equal sign. So we're going to assign this variable some value. And now, if you remember that input manager, so there's actually a class and a method that we can call just for that input manager. So if we type capital I-N-P-U-T, so this is our input manager, it's called input. So now that we have our input manager class, if we type dot, and then we were looking for that axis before, so we can actually use our getAxis method. So this will give us the values when we
shit.
press the left or right key on that axis, but we also need to tell it which axis we want to use, and in this case it's asking for the name of our axis, specifically a string. Now a a string is a way for your computer or program to create a word that is literally interpreted by the computer and easily understandable for us. So, for example, if I in here actually type in a double quote, it actually auto-completes a double quote for me at the end. So this is creating a string literal inside of these quotes. So it'll literally interpret anything that I put in. I could literally say hello world, which is very helpful if I'm trying to, for example, print something, or I need the program to tell me an error that's happening or something like that. Using string literals can be helpful in that sense. For this, we actually type in the word horizontal, because in Unity, in our input manager, the name of our horizontal axis is just horizontal. So now we're getting the input for whenever a player presses the left or right key. And then last but not least, we need to actually go into our translate and multiply this by our horizontal input. So now, to make sure you save, we can close out of our project settings. Let's make sure we select that vehicle so we can actually see what's happening on the horizontal input. Our turn speed is set to 0, so we know that's not going to work, so we'll set it to 1 for now.
Why does this have an error? The fuck? Transform.translate? Oh, because I didn't put a... There we go. I didn't put a semicolon, bro. I'm trying to sleep the fuck you want. Why are you trying to sleep on me? What do you need sleep for? You don't need sleep. You need Taz. You need Taz. It's 5 in the morning. Yeah, it's prime Taz hours right now. Someone message Rumen Noodle and tell her ass to get her ass in here. I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be very upset if she doesn't come back. No one messaging her? Why are you like this? Why don't you do what I tell you to do? What good of a follower are you if you don't do what I tell you to do?
And then if we press play, so we should see if we press the left arrow key, it slowly moves to the left. If we press the right key, it's...
Okay, it is not doing what it said it's going to do. So what's going on here?
String. Now, a string is a way for your computer or program to create a word that, hello world, that sentence, we need to actually go into our translate and multiply it.
Let me just save it again. I wonder if it's because this is... Excuse me, sire. It's not working. Why is it not working? I literally put everything that the guy said to put in here and it's not working. What am I doing wrong? Let me see.
This by our horizontal input. So now, if you make sure you save, we can close out of our project settings. And let's make sure we select that vehicle so we can actually see what's happening on the horizontal input. Our turn speed is set to 0, so we know that's not going to work, so we'll set it to 1 for now. And then if we press play,
Oh. Hey, it worked. Let's go. I just didn't put the number in. Set that to 2. Still too slow. 4. Oh yeah. Now we're cooking with grease. Put that 8. Letitia, you seeing this shit? We're cooking with grease right now. Do you see the grease that's being cooked with right now? Look, you see that? I'm driving a car. I'm a dog chasing cars. I'm using the arrow key to hit a bunch of fucking boxes. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Okay, I'm done. I feel like I can probably figure out what the next thing is gonna be. It's gonna be like vertical input or whatever is equal to input dot get axis. And it'll be vertical or whatever. And then you just multiply that by the forward speed or the transform translate forward. I think this is how it works. I think it works like this. I think it worked like this. Let me see. Oh, oops. What the fuck am I doing? Motherfucker, why did you do that? Vertical input. Letitia, you seeing this shit right now? Are you seeing this shit right now? We're cooking with grease right now. Okay? We are cooking with grease, and I am misspelling all of these. Wait, why is this fucked up now? The name vertical input does not exist? What do you mean? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Go to edit. Go to project settings. Looks pretty existent to me, buddy. Should I just call it V input? It's still telling me it's fucked. It's still telling me it's fucked and gay. What the fuck? Oh, you know why? Because I didn't put it up here. That's why I didn't put it up here. I didn't put it as a public float. That's why. Silly me. There we go. Now it should work. Silly me. Now it should work. Hopefully. Let's see what happens when we do this. Hey, yo, and I can go back and forth and right and left. You seeing this shit, Letizia? You seeing this shit right now? Now I control it. I control everything. Yes, I control it all now. I am bashing into boxes. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. It's beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. When I smash into the boxes, I am doing so with my own free will, using the arrow keys. Yes, this is what I like to see. Yes, when I go back and then I move forward. Yes, like a real car would. Yes, and then I'm going to go into the boxes some more. Yes, this is fun. When I smash into boxes. The next thing I want to learn how to do is how to make the boxes explode. That's the next step. Trump, ew, stop. You know, Letitia. Message Ruin and Tora want her to have my babies. Tora, I think we make some cute children together. We're making games right now. We're making games. This game shit's so easy, bro. You just put the variables in here. You declare the variables. And then you put them in the void update. And you set them equal to the get axis with the horizontal and the vertical. The vertical. And then you do the transform.translate. You multiply some stuff. And then you get a working thing. Isn't that cool? I want to see if I can make it jump. We're gonna make another public float. I want to do this by myself sometimes because after learning shit, you gotta start putting it to use. So I'm gonna make this jump. I'm just gonna call it jump force or whatever. I don't know. Jump force is equal to input dot get axis, and then it's gonna be what's the jump again? Edit product settings. Where is the jump? The jump. It's literally just jump. Okay. Good to know. Good to know that the name is jump. Good to know that the name is jump. Alright, now we gotta make an entire translate for that, right? Transform dot translate vector 3 and then what would be like the jump? I forgot what the fuck that was. So this is forward. That's right, which is horizontal movement. Forward is vertical movement. Now we need a z-axis movement. What the fuck would that be? What's the keyword for that shit? Oh, dot up. What do you know? That's what it's called. Time dot. We're gonna be the greatest country of all time. We're gonna be turning it. We're gonna be making it a good place to live in. Jump force. What am I missing here? Let me add jump height. See if that does something. I don't know. We're just fucking around. Public. Well, let me try it out as it is right now, and then I'll put some more shit in it. How about that? See what happens when I just put it like this. Foist. Foist, we're gonna do it this way. Don't talk like that. Oh my fucking god. She don't want it, but you don't know what she wants. Girls don't know what they want till you show them what they want, okay? To pretend like she doesn't want this is buffoonery. I have a six-pack. I have biceps for days. I know how to code, kinda. And I know calculus. I got big-ass brain and big-ass muscles. What woman wouldn't want that? So you contact Room and Noodle right now and tell her we're going to make some great children together. You're sounding like them again? Stop it. Sounding like who again? Who? Sounding like who? Who am I sounding like? Oh, it does jump. Oh, that's sick. Okay, let me turn the jump force up like by 5. See what happens. Those people, I don't know who you're talking about, honestly. The jump is like tiny as hell. What the fuck? Turn that up to like 40. See what happens. It's like a little tiny hop. Probably because it weighs so much. That's like probably exactly what it is. Hold on. Let me make the car mass like, I don't know, 400. Okay, let's make a new variable because I don't think that's what's causing it. We're gonna make this. I don't know what those people you're referring to, by the way. So you're gonna have to be more specific. You're gonna have to be a little bit more specific, Letitia, because I don't know what you're referring to here. You're gonna have to be a little bit more specific, Letitia, because I have no idea what you could be referring to right now. I don't know what you could possibly be referring to, Leticia. So I think you better check your mints. Alright, let's see what happens. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we're jumping and we're going all over the place. Hell yeah. The ones that don't have the word consent in their vocabulary. Who? Also, look. The jump needs work, obviously, because if you just hold the space, it lasts for a long time. And I think you have to add some more shit to it. Like when you hit the ground, you have to like. See, you ever see a car jump before, Letitia? I don't think you have. Have you ever seen a car jump before, Leticia? Look at the car jumping. Do you see the car jumping, Leticia? Do you see the car jumping, Letitia? This is fun. It needs more explosions, though. It needs shit to blow up now. Why are you talking like a kindergarten teacher? Because it's funny. Ooh. Jump over the boxes. Jump over the boxes. I wonder if I can. I wonder what would happen if you put two vehicles in here with the same player controller script. I wonder what would happen if it would just crash the game because you can't do like two people at once, or maybe it would. I don't know. So when is it gonna turn? It doesn't need to turn, Letitia. Okay. That's archaic. The only thing we do with this car is we move right and left, down and up, and jump. We don't need turns here, okay? We only move forward or backwards here. Turning is for suckers. So chill your ass. Why would you ever need a turn when you can just jump? Think about that one. Or flip over like that. We don't do realism here. We do fuck around for funsies. That's what we do here. Sorry to say.
So we should see if we press the left arrow key, it slowly moves to the left. If we press the right key, it slowly moves to the right. And we can use the A key too if we want to use the other key. It'll move to the left. If we use our D key, it will slowly move to the right.
Oh yeah, I didn't even check to see if the D keys work. Let me try that real quick. And they work. Wow, lefties can enjoy this game too. The inferior race of lefty people can enjoy this game too. Also, I'm stuck in the ground. Heck yeah. Yeah. All right. Enough of that.
Input manager is working. You can even see the values change from -1 to +1. So that's a very handy way of understanding how your input manager works.
Wait, does the controller work too? Let me see. Yo, the controller works too. Wow. Look, the controller works too. The Y button is what makes it jump. This is cool as fuck. I'm going to make a game. It's going to be called Jump Over Boxes. And you'll never guess what it's about.
As you press the left arrow key or the A key, horizontal input goes negative, all the way to -1. Or if you press the D or the right arrow key, it goes to +1. So, what you're going to do is you're going to add another public float variable called horizontal input. In your update method, you're going to call the horizontal input variable. You're going to set it to the input for our input manager. And you're going to get the axis that's horizontal. So we get those left and right arrow keys. Then last but not least, in your transform.translate, you're going to multiply the entire equation by our horizontal input. Now it's your turn.
Now it's your turn. Take control of the vehicle speed.
Our vehicle can now move left or right. Looks a little weird. We'll fix that later. Problem is, we can keep moving forward, and I want to be able to do that too. That's making it a little bit more interactive. So, if we take a look at our info manager again, at the top left, you can click Edit, Unity, go to Project Settings. Select the input option, and then make sure to stay the axis. This case, on the left or horizontal axis. You see the vertical axis here with the name vertical, and you choose down, negative, up, positive. So, we do the same thing we did with our horizontal axis. And over. In our player controller script, we're going to create another variable. We'll make it public as well so we can see it. Make it a floats because we need decimals. And we'll call this forward input to control our movement forwards or backwards.
Didn't I already do this?
So we did with our horizontal input, we'll create a new line. We use our forward input.
Yeah, I literally just did this already. I called it vertical.
Input manager. Get axis. Use quotes to create a string literal, and then
Yeah.
use
I'm way ahead of this
and
motherfucker.
then we change in our translate method.
I'm already way ahead of you, buddy.
Forward, we'll just multiply by our vertical,
How do you expect me not to sleep if you play that?
our forward input, I should say.
Listen, Letitia, I expect you
Now
to,
in
to
Unity,
zip
if
it.
we close the project settings and then we press play, we should see hopefully our vehicle doesn't move at all. Cool. And then if I press the forward arrow, it moves forward.
I already
The
did this,
backwards
buddy.
arrow moves backwards. Same thing with W moves forwards. S moves backwards. And I can even.
How do I make shit explode? That's what I want to know how to do. I want to learn how to make stuff explode on impact.
Right with the arrow key.
Because the only way to make stuff fun is to have it explode.
Backwards.
You can't have a fun game without shit exploding, bro. Everyone knows this.
And then we still have this weird issue where our vehicle can move side to side, but we'll fix that later. But we've got player movement down. So that's really handy. Now we can give our players full control of our game. An especially cool thing to note about the input manager is that this can actually understand input from a variety of different places. So for example, if your player was using a controller, then you can actually get the input, for example, from their joysticks to know when they're moving to the left or right, forwards or backwards. So the input manager is a very helpful way to be able to get information from the different kinds of input, whether it's your keyboard or it's your mouse or it's a controller, different things to make your life a little bit easier. So what you're going to do in your player controller script, create a new variable, a public float variable called forward input. In your update method, you can add a new line of code similar to a horizontal input. We'll call it forward input, and we make sure to get the axis of our vertical axis. And then in our transform.translate, where we were moving forward, we'll just multiply everything by our forward input. And then in Unity, when you press play, you can test out your movement in your vehicle. Now it's your turn.
That's manageable. Mike's guitar sounds so fucking distorted. I think it's because of the nut. It's like ripping off at the seams. I've been sitting in your little pond, taking a shit in it, hope you're running her. Tisha's gay and she likes women. I think she's a lesbian. Thank you. She wants to sleep. She wants to sleep, but I won't let her. She wants to rest, I won't let her. I'm gonna take a shit on her little face, and I think it'll be funny. I wander around at night, looking around at the sights. Tisha is a lesbian. She gonna look crazy. I wish Roomin' Noodle was in my chat. I'd raise her up and I'd go to bat, telling her we'd make cute children, and she better be into it or else. 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 It's truly getting worse. Nah. I don't think so. I think it's getting better. Alright, we're gonna make the vehicle rotate now.
We have full control over our vehicle now. It's not just driving off down the road. But now we have some weird stuff happening. So when we press the left arrow key, we slide to the left. And if we press the right arrow key, we slide to the right.
Slide to left.
To
Slide to
visualize
right.
what we're trying to do, I'm going to go into my top-down view by clicking the green Y arrow.
So an update called transform.rotate vector3.up. Okay, so rotate is a little different from translate. Let's put that in there real quick, shall we? We'll put in rotate. Vector3 dot up horizontal. Oops. No, that's right. Horizontal input delete the line of code that translate right. Why would I do that? Maybe I want it to be like that. Add turn times turn speed times delta time. Let me just test this as is right now, see what happens. You need some friends, Taz? Anything to say from this? What, you mean having a good time? Yeah, maybe I do need more people to ruin my day. You're right. Alright. Yo, look. Look, Letitia, it's turning. It's turning now. Kinda. It's kinda turning. Yes. Yes. It's turning. You ain't never seen nothing like this before, have you, Letitia? A car that turns? Look, it goes backwards, forwards, and I'm using my joystick on the controller. As you can see, anybody can play this. Or if you're feeling fancy, you can play with using the keyboard with the arrow keys. As you can see, it still works. Obviously, the camera needs to be fixed, but right now this is pretty good. Look, you see how realistic this is as it smashes into the ground. That's pretty good, I'd say. That is pretty good. And now watch it. I bet you've never seen a car be able to jump and turn like that. Look, it's a magical car that will soon turn boxes into explosives upon impact. Okay? Want a star? Pick a sticker, bud. Congratulations, buddy. I don't like your sarcasm. You know what, Letitia? You could never do the stuff I do. You could never play guitar like I could play guitar. You could never code like I could code. Okay? I am the full package. You can't lift the weights I can lift. Okay? So you better respect. Put some respect on my name.
And I'm very high up in the sky. If I select my vehicle in my hierarchy and I press F while my mouse is hovering over the scene, we focus back into the vehicle. Now I'm actually going to select my rotate tool. So let's see what's changing actually when we click on this circle here. If we drag it to the left, you can see in the inspector underneath transform, the Y rotation is actually the thing that's moving. So that's probably what we'll want to change in our code. In our player controller class, we already have this bit of code here where we're moving left or right. Let's see, well, if we are using our vehicle's transform, then we'll need that transform component. Now let's see, luckily, because my IDE suggests different methods that I can use, well, there's this one method called rotate, so I'll actually rotate it at an angle. Well, let's just see what it does. So if I click on the rotate method, and then I type an open parentheses, it suggests different things. So it wants a vector 3, Eulers, an axis, and a float angle. That one seems pretty useful. Well, we know that the axis is that y-axis, that vector 3 up. So actually, vector 3 dot up. And then it wants the angle. Well, we kind of already calculate an angle here because of our turn speed. Let's just see what it does. So, if we select our time all the way down to our input and our vector 3.right translate, if we cut that out with Control or Command X, in our rotate method, after the comma, make sure to paste that entire line of code in there. We're going to put the semicolon to close that statement, and then we just delete our translate there for vector 3 right.
So he put in the turn speed. He put the turn speed in there with the horizontal input and the time, delta time. So he just copied this right here. Okay, we'll do that then. I'll just copy this and see what happens. Imagine being Leticia and being gargantuan. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. How much do you weigh again? Like fucking 130 or something? Oh, I don't like that. It's made it worse. It doesn't. It kind of works like shit. Maybe it's because I still have the other thing on. Let me open up a notepad or text editor or some shit so I can save these. So that way, when I X something out, I don't have to retype it. Put that in there. Alright, let's see how it works just with this instead of the other thing. Oh god. I made it look like, dude, this feels like shit. What the fuck happened? Yeah, nah. This is not as good as what I had it as. So I'm gonna put that back in there. We putting that shit right the fuck back in there. And we're gonna delete what the fuck this shit is. I don't like the way this I don't know why he... Well, let's keep watching the video. Let's see if he says something else.
Now if we save, we'll see if that works, if that was what we're looking for. Now when I press play, if we watch the vehicle in our game, as I drive forward, I'm turning left, and I'm turning right ever so slowly, but I'm turning, so that looks pretty good. So what we'll actually do is, if we select our vehicle in the hierarchy, we'll turn the turn speed up to like 25. See what happens. We're just testing anyways. Now we'll play again. There you go. Now it looks like our car is really driving down the road. That's awesome. Look at it go. Just driving all around, avoiding all those obstacles. One.
Oh well. So why does mine feel like shit? Let me try something real quick. Let me put something in here real quick. Let me put that back in there. I'll save this again, and then I'll put the where's the turn speed? We'll set that to 25. It still is not working. Okay. What the fuck happened? Let me see. So we got the vector 3 up. See, when I had it before like this, it was working fine. So let me delete all that shit real quick and save it again. Whoa. Yo, the turn speed is crazy. I like how it moves faster on the turn speed than the fucking motion. We're going to actually turn that down to 15. Yeah, I don't know. I got it working how I did it, so I don't know what the fuck. I'm gonna keep it the way it is, because when I tried that dude's code, it didn't work out for me. But when I did it this way, it worked. So yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. All right, let's get to more fun stuff.
Very cool thing to note. So in fact, if I actually go to my Steam view, I'm going to keep play on here just so we can kind of see.
Why do you keep bullying me every few minutes? I'm not bullying you. Hello? I'm literally like 119 pounds, bro. Get the fuck out of here. How tall are you, though? Why do you keep on bullying me? I'm not bullying you because Nate's not here. I told you to bring him in here, and now I'd be bullying Nate. But since you're the only one in here, I gotta bully you. Like, that's how it works.
See what's happening. So you can see in our game, as I move forward, it always knows what direction it's moving forward.
Now, we've been moving all of our objects in our scene, if we select our move tool, based on the global position of things. So we're always doing it based on 0, 0. Our Z arrow will always go positive in the Z. Same thing with our X arrow and our Y arrow. But at the top left, next to all of our tools, you'll notice this button here that says global. In fact, if we actually click on global, we can set this to local. Now, let me get a better angle so you can kind of see what's happening. So, as I turn the vehicle, make sure you have the game selected. As I turn the vehicle, you can see that the Z is changing, and it's always pointing in that forward direction. But then, if I switch this toggle back to global, you can see that the Z flips back to the positive Z direction of our world. So, when you're trying to position things in your world, it's helpful to have that toggle set to global. But then when you're testing things, like if you want to make sure that your object is facing the right direction, you can toggle it to local, and then you can see which way your object is pointing while you're trying to interact with it. So that's very handy.
Where the fuck is that at? I don't even see that shit in my thing. I don't see it, bro.
Very, very helpful tip in case you ever need it. So, what you're going to do is in your player controller script, down where you were transform.translating by vector 3 right, you're going to create a new line of code underneath it, and we're actually going to use our rotate method on our transform component. We need the axis that we're going to rotate it around, which in this case is our up axis, and then we need the angle that we're going to turn it at, so we need to make sure that we're calculating it based on time instead of every frame. We just multiply by that turn speed, and then we multiply all of that by our horizontal.
I just want to learn how to make shit explode, bro.
In Unity, you can select your vehicle, play around with the turn speed and the speed, so that way when you're pressing play and you're testing your game out, you can see how fast you're
5'1".
You can set it to whatever feels good to you. Now it's your
Damn, gremlin. Alright, let's calculate your BMI real quick. Calculate BMI calculator. Alright, so let's see here. We got 5'1". We got 5'1". How old are you again? 18. Female, 5'1", 119 pounds, which I feel like she's lying, but we'll do it anyways. Calculate. Okay, so you're still in the green. You're at 62% healthy weight. Could be better, 22.5. But I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. 119. Did you mean you're in metric? 119 or whatever. 119 kilograms. Oh wow. Is that what you meant? Damn. It says 98% overweight. That's a lot. I know you don't like using freedom units, so.
turn. Now our game looks
You know what I don't understand? What is the point of access modifiers? I get it, it's public and private, but like, why can't everything just be public? Like, who cares if something is like can be used anywhere? Like, who cares? Just makes it more fun.
really
Having everything be public.
good. Our player has full control. We got rid of that weird turning issue we had. So now we can actually just turn instead of sliding around the road. So our we're going to do, last but not least, is we're going to clean up our entire project so it's nice and organized.
I don't do
Luckily,
the
we've
organization.
done that already in our project window with all of our folders. We have our scripts, and we have our assets and our library. We have our scenes. We don't have to worry about any of those. There is one bit of cleanup here in our hierarchy. We have all of these obstacles, and that's kind of disorganized. It also will clutter up your hierarchy very quickly. So we can actually take a tip out of our environment here. So you can see actually there's 3 other objects under our environment for our road, our sky dome, and our mountains. So what we're going to do, we'll collapse our environment. If we right-click on the hierarchy window, we can scroll down to create empty. So this will actually create an empty game object in our scene that we can't see. It doesn't exist. If I click off of it, there's nothing actually there. If I click back on the game object, there you can see it. So we'll actually rename this obstacles, and I'm just going to select the name in the inspector. Rename it obstacles, press enter. So we can use empty game objects to just keep track of all of the different groups of objects in our scene. In this case, I'm going to select our first obstacle, shift click to the last obstacle, left click drag all of those into that empty game object. So now all of those game objects are nested underneath that empty object. Later, we'll be able to really use nested game objects to their full power, but at the very least, we can use nesting of game objects, so our parent empty game object can just group together all of our children game objects so that our hierarchy is nice and organized. So if I collapse this, now it looks a lot cleaner, but if I ever want to go see all of my obstacles, I can click on the arrow next to it, expand, and see all the different obstacles that are there. So that's super helpful. Now, we're going to clean up a lot of the code in our player controller script. So first, we don't need these public variables anymore. We already know the values that we want to use, so we'll make them private.
Wait, what?
The values that we want to use, variables anymore. We already know the values that we want to use, so we'll make them private. That way, whatever we change inside of the inspector doesn't have a different value inside of our script here. One thing we do need to do, we never actually set turn speed, so we'll need to initialize that. So I believe we had something like 25 or so. We can always change it later if we need to. We can even add some comments, so private variables, so we know that this is where all of our private variables are. In our update method, we can also add some comments, so we can add, this is where we get player input.
Oh, but I gotta do that for every single fucking one. Ugh. Ugh.
We can change this comment because we did make the vehicle move forward. And we can add another comment underneath. We turn the vehicle, and then we save. So that way now our code
Imagine being named Lactasia. Imagine being named Lactasia. Imagine, if you will. Imagine, if you will. Turn speed. Why did he change it to 25 again? Is that gonna affect it if I do that shit? Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, I forgot I forgot I did that. Okay. Go to controller. Oh yeah, I privated it. I don't want it to be private. I want that to be public. Bitch. I want it to be public, and I like changing it in the fucking thing. Yeah, I'm gonna make that shit public. Fuck that. Because I like to just be able to fucking do that shit. Like in the fucking thing. The fuck do I look like? There. Now that is better. I like that when you can just fucking change the settings right here. Much better. That's the way I like it. Okay. And you can change it as you play too. So let me change that to 10. Oh, I just can't. I just changed it to 0. I don't know why. Oh, okay. Well then, fuck you. I wonder what would happen if I just changed everything to 10. He didn't even show me how to change the camera, so you can look around. Fuck double test. He's double accurate now. Dude, fuck, what does that mean? Fucking dipshit. What is that supposed to mean? Oh yeah. Thank you for resubbing, by the way, but I didn't see that till now. They subscribed for 14 months, currently on a 14-month streak. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, sir. He called me for accurate. Lesbian. Double accurate. That's really funny. That's really funny. Yeah, damn. A fat lesbian. You know what? If women lose weight, they wouldn't be lesbians. They become lesbians because they're fat. Like, if you lost the weight, you would not be a lesbian. Let's be real. Lesbianism is like, there's two reasons for lesbianism, in my opinion. Well, three reasons for lesbianism. So the first reason is when a girl looks in the mirror and she sees like a very masculine face. If she's got like a really strong jawline, she starts to think that she's a dude or something. Or if she's like big, and since she can't get it with any guys, she goes with girls. And the third reason is because maybe her father was a queer bag or something, or was abusive, and she's like, I guess. But the big two are either fat or the face is looking quite strong. Glad I'm not either of that. She's in her denial phase. Yeah, she definitely is. Shut up. Just kidding. Pizza Bee unfollowed me because the last post I put in my Discord was saying if you have a body count of 1 or higher, get the fuck out of my Discord, and she did. It wasn't a personal thing, so I was just talking shit. So
It is a lot more readable, very organized. We know exactly what we were trying to do. And then if we want, we can do the same thing for our variables in our follow player class. In this case, we're going to keep our game object public because we actually gave this variable a reference in our script in Unity. So if we actually turn this to private, we won't have that reference anymore, and we actually break our camera. So what you're going to do is, in your hierarchy, if you right-click inside of it, you can create an empty. So it'll create an empty game object that has no real information. And then I'm finally going to change all of our public variables to private variables for getting forward, return the vehicle. Now it's your turn.
now it's your turn. Damn, do I gotta dip too, or was that primarily directed towards the female specimen? It was directed towards the girls. Because I told my group chat before I nuked out everything, I was like, this is how we're moving in 2026. We're going to be throwing the thoughts overboard. We're going to be saying if you got a body count of 1 or more, you're done. That's what I was, that was the joke. And they didn't appreciate the humor. The humor. Are you guys upset that I nuked my Discord? Should I make a new one? Should I make a new Discord? Or should I just leave it as is and be mysterious? I'm like a bird, I wanna fly away.
Welcome to your very first challenge.
First challenge?
You'll be given a new project.
A new
It will
one?
be filled with bugs that you'll have to fix.
Bugs?
And missing features that you'll have to implement.
Missing features I have to
The goal here
implement.
is to take the skills you learned in the unit
Whoa!
and put them to the test in a different environment.
Whoa!
For example, in the first unit, you learned to program a car that could drive down a road.
Yes, we did.
In this challenge, though, you're not going to program a car, you'll program a plane.
Oh shit.
And this plane is going to come with all kinds of issues.
Oh
It
shit.
flies backwards instead of forwards.
That's fun, though.
You can't steer it, and it goes like 1,000,000 miles an hour just in circles. It's basically a nightmare, and you are in charge of fixing it.
Let's go.
Don't worry though, if you think about it, the programming required to steer a plane is not too different from the programming you did to steer that car. You know how to make objects move forward.
I do.
You know how to rotate them based
do.
on user input.
I do.
That's pretty much all you'll need to know to program this plane.
Easy.
Plus, you can always
Easy.
reference the code from your prototype.
Easy.
And we've also provided you with some helpful hints if you get stuck.
Helpful hints, bro.
In addition to the main challenges,
Let's
you
go.
also have the option of completing bonus challenges.
Bonus challenges.
These bonus challenges
Bonus.
require you to go just a bit above
Just a
and
bit
beyond
above
what
and
you learned in
beyond.
the unit and apply your skills in
Completely new ways.
You may even have to do a
Bit of online
to
research
figure these out.
to figure it out.
So if you do complete a
Get a
bonus,
bonus
challenge,
challenge.
you should give yourself a pat
Pat
on
on
the
the
back.
back.
Now, during these challenges, you may be tempted
Tempted to throw up your hands and quit.
They're not
I ain't
easy,
no quitter.
but my advice,
Don't give up.
up.
I never give up.
If you take the time to troubleshoot
Man.
the issues and work through these
I
challenges,
work through the challenges.
your Unity and programming skills will be at a new,
New level, new
when you get
heights.
to the other side. To make all that happen, I'll see you in Unity.
All right, guys, you hear that? We got a programming challenge. I didn't even peep the Discord was gone. You guys didn't know the fucking Discord was gone? That shit's been gone for like over 10 days. Where the fuck have you people been? Fucking how did you not know the Discord was gone? Motherfuckers, I obviously don't need the Discord anymore if you motherfuckers don't even know it's gone. So clearly I shouldn't make a new one if you don't even know that shit's not there anymore. I swear I thought I was looking through it the other day. It's not. I deleted it. Unless you're fucking telling me it's still there. I definitely nuked it. My balls itch. Literally, why? Motherfucker, you didn't even know it was gone. So how the fuck? It doesn't even matter anyways. I'm hungry. What the fuck? Yep. When a yep try to tell you something and you ain't trying to hear all that, you gotta give her the 5-piece. You gotta give her the 5-finger. Okay? Cross her fucking face. When a yep try to talk to you and you ain't trying to hear all that, you gotta get her a pie. And she thought was pecking you and shit. What? To be frank, I don't really use Discord like that. Only when I'm streaming for real. And calling and just curse while drunk as fuck. That's funny. Granted. So when I'm done making this game, guys, I'm going to put it on my website and I fully expect you guys to play it. It's going to have online communication so you can talk to each other. And everything's going to fucking explode on contact. So what happens is we move around the world, right? And when you touch something, it fucking explodes. you get to slap each other and carry each other on your backs and throw each other and explode shit. Alright, good. That's what I want. I expect you to play it on stream. I'm gonna record my screams into the game, so that way it'll be like I'm there with you. When somebody dies, you'll hear my blood curdling scream with the fucking speakers blowing out. Alright, give me a second. What happened? It's cold in here. Fuck. It's cold in here, guys. I'm shivering. Anyways. Alright, so we have a challenge, right? We have to download this project and figure out what the fuck's wrong with it. So let's do that.
Welcome to Challenge 1. Now, if you remember in our first project that we made, we added a lot of functionality to our project with this vehicle that can drive forward and these boxes that have physics and collisions in it, and we can fully control this vehicle, turning it left and right, driving it forwards, driving it backwards. So, for our first challenge, you can see that we have this plane flying game, and if I use the arrow keys, I can...
This plane file game. This plane file game. I'm going down to the Greyhound station. Gonna get a ticket to ride. Find that big fat lady with 2 or 3 kids, sit down by her side. Ride till the sun comes up and down, round about 2 or 3 times. Smoking cigarettes. What the fuck just happened? Trying to hide myself from the people I meet and get along with it all. Go down what people say, y'all. Sing a song with a friend. Change the shit that I am. Change the shit that I'm in. And get back in the game. Start playing again. Do I have to like extract this? Extract. It's so cold out here. It's so
And
cold
control
in the
it going
deep.
up and down. Our plane is flying forwards at a nice, consistent speed. We have our camera over on this nice side view so we can see our plane flying around and we can fly through all these obstacles, and we're flying the plane really nicely.
Okay, bitch ass, where the fuck is it?
So, this is what our challenge should look like by the end. And this is what our project looks like now.
Like shit.
Oh my gosh, the plane just flew straight backwards. It's like, it just keeps going incredibly fast. That's far too fast for us to be able to do anything. Oh my gosh, just flying straight up all the way directly into the air. Well, that's not good. Can I even control this? No. That's really frustrating. For some reason, our camera also has this weird front view, and
Oh my god, it's got initialize everything. There we go. Okay. God damn, it's installing packages and shit. Boy. Okay. Starter files. I forgot how to import shit. Import. Import package. Custom package. That's an old one. That's not the one I want. File not found. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck did I just do wrong? Hello? Hello? The fuck is this shit? Well, here's the fucking shit, but where is it? Nothing popped up. I'm confused. Well, here it is right here. Do you expect me to fucking put everything in there, though? That's not right.
it doesn't even look like we're flying the plane at all. I don't even know where the plane is.
Instructions folder. Use the challenge outcome video as a guide to complete the challenge. See, there's no like startup though, so I'm confused. There's literally nothing in here. It expects me to put everything in here. When you import the challenge into your product, it's supposed to have bugs. The purpose of the challenge is to fix those bugs. There are also hints at the bottom of the page help you get if you get stuck. You cannot fix the bugs in which to leave the challenge files from your project in the window. But I don't understand. Like, I thought you're supposed to. You want me to just throw everything in here like that? I thought it's supposed to like give me a starter thing.
Just, it's gone.
I'm
Right, driving
confused.
it forward, speed. We have our camera. So, this is what our challenge should look like by the end. And this is what our project looks like now.
My shit does not look like that. Let's redo that. Give me a second. Download, which I already did. Unzip, which I already did. Double click within it to import the challenge files. Okay. In the project window, assets, challenge 1, instructions folder, use challenge outcome video as a guide to complete the challenge. Oh. No. Okay, well, guess we have to wait on that. I'm confused. I did everything it told me to do. I imported the challenge files. when I open this new thing, project window. Assets. Let me see here. Assets. instructions folder. But then it doesn't give me the start. It doesn't. Oh wait, what is this? So does it want me to just start from fucking scratch? I thought it was gonna like start me off with the fucking things. Okay, well, I guess we're starting from scratch, guys. I guess that's what we're doing. I guess we're just starting from scratch. I thought it was gonna start me off with the all the shit already there, but I guess not. So we're just gonna put all the shit in there as it is. So yeah, I was confused for a second. Okay, so that's what they want. They want you to put everything in there too. That's fine. Scene, sample scene. Let's see here. Do you want to save the changes you made in the scenes? Where the fuck is the... There it is. Okay. Okay, Sky Dome. Throw that in there. And throw this in here, I guess. The mountain skybox. Or whatever. Throw the plane in there. And the fuck? That's the sky. I don't know how to fix the sky though. I don't know how the fuck that to do that. So that's a bit of a small plane. So there's a small plane and a big plane. Interesting. Where are the walls at? Oh, you know what? What the fuck? Because I remember there was like a thing, like a tab you can go between. Between like the sample scene and like the new scene. Where the fuck's the new scene at? There's only one. They expect me to make it? I don't get it. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. There it is. Okay. Figured it out. Alright, we did it. We did it, guys. We figured it out. Okay, now... Okay, so what happened was... The challenge is in the script right here. I don't know why they would put it right there. They should put it, like, in the scene folder right here. But whatever. Alright, we're gonna just fucking... Alright, so it has errors already. Let's see what is wrong with the errors, shall we? So the challenge is we got to figure out what is going on with the errors, because it has compiler errors. Also, let me just make sure that let me just see. Both. It's gonna restart now. Just to make sure everything is good. This is an older Unity tutorial too, so it's probably gonna have some shit that doesn't work with some shit. Splitter state, like that shit. Report the errors caused by incompatibility with the Unity version control, window, package manager, Unity registry in a project. Package manager. Turn off version control. Remove. To get rid of the splitter state thing. Okay. Now let's see how it's supposed to be. With the errors and shit. Alright, it's whizzing around. Okay. Finally we can start it. Perfect. Okay. Now the challenge actually begins after that bullshit. Now we really start. Letitia, you still in here or are you bored as shit now? Or are you still trying to go to sleep? Sleepy, but yeah, still here. Good. Remember when I used to call Marcus on stream? Like a long time ago? I would have him talk to me on stream. Okay. So let's see what's going on with the code here. Shall we? Okay. So there's a public float speed, there's a rotation speed, and there's a vertical input. Okay, there's no horizontal input. So that's already the first problem. Public float horizontal input. And then we'll put, horizontal input is equal to input dot get axis horizontal and then we're gonna have to make a transform. Oh, you know what else they didn't do? They didn't put in the delta time, bro. You gotta multiply the time dot delta time and shit. You gotta multiply that so that way it's smooth, you know? It runs smooth. Dot delta time. Also, the speed is has to be controlled. Oh, I'm supposed to be at set that to 5.0 for now. All right, I'm gonna save that real quick, and then we're gonna go into the follow player, see what's going on with that. For the camera view. First of all, the offset's not even set to anything, so we gotta fix that. On here, see right, our vector offset was set to a new vector with the offset 0, 5, -7. So that's headed right behind the car. So let's do that for this one. Zero, 5. We'll do it in the same dimensions. Clean out the delay update. Save, and we'll make sure that the camera actually has it on it. So let's find the camera real quick. Where the fuck's the main camera at? Oh, there it is. Okay. Right at the tippy top. So, it's not set to anything. Well, it's set to plane. But why does it say none? Why would it say none if it's set to plane? Doesn't really make much sense now, does it? Oh, you have to set the player. There we go. All right, let's see how it's working now. Okay, well, the camera is good, but it's still rotating like for no reason. So we gotta fix that. Okay. Go back to player controller. The rotation speed, it's just randomly rotating. Do that to forward. I don't know why it said back. Let me get into the player here, see what's going on with it. Okay, the player controller is right here. The rotation speed is set to 100. Let's set that to 0. And let's see what happens now. Wow, look at that. So it stopped rotating like crazy, but we still have a problem here. The problem is it's not moving. That's the first problem. Well, it is moving, but it's not moving to my controls. So. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set the because the camera's not really tracking it that well. It's like right into it. It's like it's got the first person point of view. So, because it has a first person point of view, it looks weird. So, let's, so that's the X coordinate. Let's change that to 10. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Where even is the camera? It's like following it like in a weird spot. Main camera. It's following the player like it should be. But the offset is still Let's change these to I want to see where it's gonna be at if I change it like this. Oh, the camera's all the way up there now. Stop. Okay. All right, let's we gotta okay, we have to change the camera like this, right? And we have to have the camera facing this way. So right now the position's at, let's rotate it. -90. Perfect. And then a little bit out like that, and then let's rotate it again slightly and bring it up a little bit more. A little bit more. Okay. So now we have the positions like this. So now if we put the offset to those little parameters, we change it to 15 on the X. We do it 3, let's just round up, 5 as the offset, and then we can have an angle offset too. Set a private vector 3 offset. We got rotation offset. Is equal to new vector 3, and then that's going to be 0, -100, 0. Plus rotation offset. Okay, new problem. I don't know how to make this specifically for the rotation though, because this is going to be like adding to this and like the vectors. So should it be rotate or some bullshit? Let me see. Transform.rotate. Oh, I know. Okay. Delete that. Keep that as it is. But then we're going to make a new one called transform.rotate. Or should it just be like lowercase rotate? No. Rotate. I think this is gonna work. I don't know. Rotation. It might not. I don't know. Rotation. Fuck. Vector 3 dot up multiplied by. Well, no, because it has to stay static, right? So it should be let me look that up real quick. Transform dot position. Okay, so it is transform dot rotation. I was right. I was right the entire time. Okay. Rotation is equal to plane dot transform dot rotation plus rotation offset. Saying it doesn't exist. What do you mean it doesn't exist? It's right here. It doesn't like my... Why isn't it taking my variable? What are you doing? Transform dot rotation. This is plane, but it's attached to player, so it doesn't matter. So it should still be plain dot transform dot position, right? But why isn't it taking my offset now? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get why it's not taking it. Yeah, it's not fucking with that at all. I don't know why. Let me try to look something up here. Transform dot rotation. Quaternion dot Euler. That's what you want me to put in there? Okay, I guess I'll do that. So it's not a. Does not exist. It says right here. Oh, let me see. Unity. Let me see what the unity equivalent would be. I feel like I'm being gaslit right now into believing this is this is an actual thing. I don't know, bro. Sounds pretty gay to me. Vector 3. See, but it doesn't fuck with that. I don't know why. I don't know why it's not doing that. Well, this is probably not going to work at all because it doesn't have a... See, it doesn't like rotation. I don't know why it doesn't like rotation. Because this is going to do is it's going to add this to that, and I don't like that. So it keeps trying to, I don't know. It keeps trying to tell me to use that thing that doesn't work. Because when I change this to rotation, it fucks everything up. But then when I change it back to position, it's fine. But I don't want the position. I want the rotation. That's the thing. I have not been looking at the chat, my bad. I gotta go to bed soon anyways. Oh, it's Denzel. What up, Denzel? Oh, fuck. Ugh. Fuck. I'm gonna have to finish this tomorrow. I gotta go to bed, bro. Okay, well, let me just get rid of this for now. Put in a fucking thing right here. And I'll try to do it again. We're gonna keep it like that for now. Okay. So it's good. It's at a good angle. I wish I knew how to keep the rotation there, and it just stays there automatically when you set it to that. So that's good. Next would be to change the how it moves. So okay, we got a fixed update. Speed, rotation speed, vertical input, and horizontal input. What am I not? What did I forget to put in here? Okay, we got the translate, we got the forward. We need to put that for the vertical input. That's what we need to do. That's what we need to put in. Duh. That is what we need. And then we need to put in the horizontal input. This dude said, "Wow, you're still alive." Of course, you expect me to be fucking dead? Boy, I am the seed of life. Alright, well, there we go. We are able to move the plane. Unfortunately, it's not moving how I want it to move, but we're able to move it. So that's progress. Next, I gotta figure out how to move it like Flappy Bird and shit, up and down. So this, I wonder if I should put the left and right arrow keys to make it move like that instead of. Also, I just now realized this doesn't have any gravity. Where's the gravity at? There we go. Perfect. Probably should keep gravity off for now. Okay. Dude, I'm fucking tired. Oh, I gotta go to bed. Maybe if I set this to horizontal, let's see what happens. Because I'm at a... Yes, that is what I wanted. Good. Now I can move from left to right instead of up and down. Alright, now it's not as weird. Okay. And next we gotta put in Okay. That's right. Okay, well, I'm going to change this to translate. And I'm going to put this, oops, transform dot rotate vector 3 up. And where do I got this at? Vertical. Let's see how this turns out, shall we? Let's see how this works, if at all. Okay, well, it's turning. It's definitely turning. There's just one issue. It's not moving like how a plane should really move, should it? I mean, it is, but it's like too... it doesn't really hover like that, does it? The next thing I gotta figure out is moving it like with the up and down arrows to make it like that. Okay, it's still turning like that. I go to bed soon. Matter of fact, I gotta go to bed right now. So I'm gonna continue this tomorrow, actually. I'm going to continue this tomorrow. So... because I am tired. The time is 1 a.m. Yeah, I'm gonna continue this tomorrow. Good night, guys. Sweet dreams, everybody. Don't let the bed bugs bite and all that shit. Let me X out all this shit. Fuck. Alright, good night, everybody.